So I need to realize shit. I don't care. Jefferson Park now.
Okay, this is B Computer, the AI Wearable Part 2. This is the app. And when you want to record, you hit this button here. And you can see in the app, it tells you. nature is a lifeless body. You are lifeless bodies yourselves. When you have had enough to eat today, you sit down and weep about tomorrow's food. Slave, if you have it, well and good. If not, you will depart. Door is open. Why lament? Further room is there for tears, further occasion for flattery. Why should one envy another? Why should you stand in awe of them that have much or are placed in power, especially if they be also strong and passionate? Why? What should they do to us? What they can do, we will not regard. What does concern us that they cannot do? Who then shall still hold one that is thus minded?
That's right. You are just watching some dude's fucking head.
See, and feel the rhinologist, vaccinologist, anything Congressman John Kitover. All done scattered. Snow. Anything Congressman John Kitover running his background. This is
I put a spell on you. Cause you're mine. You better stop the things that you're doing, baby. Ain't dealing with no more you fooling around. Ain't no more.
minute. Boy, preach it. Exactly what you're.
Ooh.
See you later. They ain't gonna be able to use that shit against you. You because if I had, because I had to think about it. Like at first, I did get pushback. Like, why would I have to keep on telling people? But it made sense because
getting set up here. It usually takes me about 6 minutes to get everything set up. We're gonna be shooting shorts on YouTube. These are 3-minute clips, and I'm gonna read it probably Daishin.
Don't care. I alone am expressionless. Doesn't believe in himself. He doesn't try to convince others.
Your phone just got better than it's ever been before. Click here right now.
Ever accomplished anything from this app? And if I get into Congress, see George Santos was from Clubhouse. He just got pardoned by Trump. I haven't engaged in any type of financial improprieties. The money we only raised $600 off of Clubhouse. So there's a small chance I get into Congress. There's a small chance I win the March 17th primary. But at least I'm doing something. I'm trying to be productive. And my rabbi told me, John, be productive. What a weirdo. Yeah.
What a fucking weirdo!
Listen, I hate to tell you this, but you haven't gone through my analytics of my 40 plus YouTube accounts, 50 plus Instagram accounts. I'm generating hundreds of thousands of views, millions of views every couple months. So I don't know who you are and what you do, but if you want to talk about business sometime, we can. You don't have to just insult me because I'm here in this room and just make fun of me for what I'm doing. We can actually maybe try to be productive. No, Andrew calls me a Zionist, schizophrenic, and tries to put all the blame of Israel's, war on me and crime and violence. It's like, I'm just a fucking guy running for Congress here, and you guys are sitting here yelling at me, I'm the Israelis, genocidal Zionist. Like, get a grip, Andrew. Christ is king. He's the savior of mankind, and you're sitting here still complaining about war in 2025? I'm not in a bunker, and I work out on YouTube. I try to set the example. Do any of you overweight people touch your toes, do yoga, lift weights, go jogging? Anybody here work out? Yeah, but anyway, I never work out.
Ooh, Mountain Man is here. Yo, Mountain Man, I recorded, our conversation with Roger, and I put it into this AI app that I have called B Computer. It's listening right now. It records every Clubhouse transcript and it gives you summaries, suggestions, to-do lists. Kind of interesting. It's called B Computer. Amazon bought the company. I bought the prototype or testing device like a month ago, but it recorded our convo. And I got to tell you, Mountain, if I read the transcript back to you, you're not the best public speaker in the world. Now I know you're trying to get better, but if you look at the transcript, and I do it too, there's a lot of filler words, and I know I'm wasting your time right now, but anyways, I'm about to read a book and record it and put it on YouTube. I hope you're having a good day, and I hope all is well for you, Mountain Man. You get in such heated debates, and Roger Mayhem gets in such heated debates, it's like, you guys are your own worst enemies. You guys exhaust yourselves. And it's such a waste of time, dude. People on this app are so pathetic and so stupid. Believe me, Mountain Man, you think your life is fucked up. At least you get some common sense and pragmatism. People on this app are totally brainwashed and retarded. You should count your lucky stars that you're not one of the vulgar. People are horrifically wasting their time on this app. Including, I mean, anytime we engage in conversation, I would say we would be wasting our time. So, you can come up and say something if you want, but I'm only gonna give you like 3 minutes and then I'm gonna cut you off because I'm trying to make this productive. We're about to go live on all these YouTubes. And I'm checking my Hinge right now, messaging all these hotties. Only 3 minutes, Mountain Man. I'm telling you, 180 seconds. That's all I can do in communication exchange with you. It's not personal. It's professional.
You're sick, John. You're sick.
I'm trying to be productive. Is what I'm trying to do.
Oh yeah, well, I'm working right now. Are you?
I'm about to. You got 30 seconds. You're being recorded, FYI, by B Computer.
You said I had 3 minutes.
That's it. You're down to like 120 seconds now. Better be quick. What do you want to say?
Okay. Well, also, I was wondering, why don't you get out there and bust your ass, fool?
Because some of us.
I'm not wasting time.
Okay, you got 100 seconds left. Some of us are trying to use our brains and technology in a way that is so intelligent that doing any type of manual labor could be considered a complete waste of time.
No, that's not true, because what's going to happen is that your fucking shit's going to be taken by AI or something. Manual labor, dude, is safe. It's safe. I'm driving a truck right now, by the way. I'm hauling 4 yards off, but manual labor is a safe bet. They're not going to be replaced for another 100 years.
Well,
we're going to be replaced by a technology in maybe 10 or 20, dude.
Well, I got manual labor to do. I mean, I do manual labor. I did manual labor yesterday. Picked up a bunch of piss stained fucking rugs.
Okay.
Just don't fuck your sequence up. I fucked my sequence up. I should have gotten laid first. Just remember this, Mountain. If there's an opportunity to get laid, do not push it off. Just take the fruit immediately. Don't consider what else you got to do and think, oh, I'm going to save it for later. If that opportunity to get laid presents itself, always strike. When that iron is hot, as soon as it gets hot, strike. When that pumpkin reaches a boiling point, split it. Do not wait. Don't think about anything else. And if you don't do it, you'll regret it, and you're a chump not even a pussy. You're just stupid. That's my opinion.
Yeah, but what if she's a troll? What if she's like not that, I guess you gotta slay a few dragons to get to
Mountain, I'm trying to tell you that I have been in situations with super hot chicks where I could have banged, but I didn't take the initiative to immediately engage, you know, the target. And I said, oh, this is just so wonderful. You know, this is happening and it's gonna happen. But no, it should have happened right from the very beginning. And instead, you know, I'm sitting there entertaining my own ego or my own fancies when that iron was ready for striking. So I'm just telling you, like, good friends remind you, you know, stop thinking, end your problems, split that pumpkin, strike that steel. Uh, you know, stop with all the discourse. And that's the problem with this app. There's just too much conversation. Most enlightened people and people who practice very like austere, sincere meditation, they don't talk much. They become very silent, literally silent. They don't talk. They might think, but they don't talk. But generally, if you're not talking, you're not thinking. So basically, it's also stop thinking, end your problems. I hope that's valuable for you. Because
The maxim,
you are the mountain. You are solid.
what? You ever heard of retard maxing?
Oh, what's that?
You gotta retard max your life, buddy. Okay, you gotta simplify things. You can't act like the smartest guy in the world, and you just gotta embrace the retard life. Let me give you an example. I'm gonna my goal is to live on a houseboat for 5 or 6 months out of the year, you know, when I retire. Alright, people say, oh, you can't do that. Bullshit. You gotta retard max your life. I don't gotta explain things, because when you retard max your life, it simplifies it, you know? And so, and you know, no one likes a smart guy. You know, you can't red pill everybody. You know, you gotta simplify. You know, not everyone will take advice. Some people hate you for it. You know, so it's just easier to act like the dumb guy, act like Gumpy. You know, I mean, everybody likes Gumpy, and you know, the stupid guy in town. He's harmless. You know, they might think he's stupid, but they don't hate the guy. You know, I mean, the local guy in my place, the local, what you would call a low intelligence guy, everybody loves that guy. You know, but me trying to get acceptance here, I red pill one guy or try to, or my aunt or somebody, and I'm the bad guy. So, you know, you just learn from me and just retard max your life, simplify it, act like, you know, you're not that smart. Because no one likes a smart guy. You know what I'm saying? They might hate you
Yeah,
for it.
I read a story about like some smart guy who pretended that he was retarded and stupid, but only so he could basically, you know, fit in and conceal his true identity as the smart guy.
Yeah. And you can still be smart. It's just some of these guys are, you know, too much advice and it rubs them the wrong way or whatever. You know, even my own aunt, bro, my aunt hated me last time I saw her because I tried to act smart with her. And, you know, I mean, even my own aunt was like, I was like creating enemies in my own family. You know, just trying to, you know, red pill or whatever the fuck. Like, fuck it. I'm just gonna act stupid, I guess. And everyone likes a stupid guy. It is harmless, but really, you're not stupid. My plan of living on a houseboat is actually a very good plan, I think, because you can, you know, move around and stuff, and they don't fuck with the, you know, like, they don't have laws like in a lot of places in Montana or around the country. You gotta, like, get 14 days max on a stay, but on the water, you don't have any limits. They don't have, you know, limits the amount of time you can stay on the water.
You're truly free. Truly free.
Truly free.
Maybe you should consider meditation though instead.
Yeah. John, I don't want to take up any more after 3 minutes, man. I better get going. Did you shit, bro.
Okay, we're gonna film a book, record a book, probably not issuing. Here it is. This is what we're gonna be reading. This is gonna be 3 minutes of that issuing. You probably do like. What would be interesting also is just to read commentaries. Okay, just reading books. 1 hour poetry, philosophy. Where is my hat?
Pastor Rosetta in car 49. And then AB. AB 49. Z is before AB, right?
Okay, this is that itching by about 281 verses.
The Tao Te Ching is an ancient Chinese book composed of only 5,000 characters and written perhaps as early as the 6th century BCE by Lao Tzu, the legendary father of Taoism. Centuries, this small book of Lao Tzu's sayings had no name. It was like the Tao itself that is introduced right at the outset. The Tao that can be told is not the universal Tao. The name that can be named is not the universal name. More than 4 centuries after Lao Tzu was supposed to have lived, Sima Qian, Su Ma Qian, observed that the book was divided into 2 parts. Thereafter, people began to refer to these 2 parts as Tao and Te. Still later, the book was divided into 81 sections. Verses 1 through 37 are called the Tao section because verse 1 begins with the word Tao. Verses 38 through 81 are called the Te section because verse 38 begins with the word Te. Then the word Qing was added to the title. Qing means ancient text or classic. Tao means path. For Lao Tzu, it signifies not just any path, but the specific path to living in concordance with the unity of the universe. According to Lao Tzu, it is the nature of nature to issue from an inextricable relationship of every part to the whole. To live life in accord with the Tao is to be in harmony with all others, with the environment and with oneself. It is to live in synchronicity with processes, and to be completely authentic, sincere, natural, and innocent. The word integrity embraces all these characteristics. Tao also implies the inexhaustible greatness and wonderfulness of the universe and every part of it. All these propositions provide what modern science would call a theory of the nature of the universe. They therefore translate Tao as the theory of the great integrity. Te, virtue, means virtue, or the practice of the Tao, and Qing, as already indicated above, means a classic book or guide. I therefore translate Tao Te Ching as a guide to the theory and practice of the great integrity. The Tao Te Ching is one of the most widely translated books in the world. During the past 2,400 years, there may have been as many as 1,400 different interpretations, with perhaps 700 extant. This book continues to fascinate people throughout the world. Why? I believe it is because the Tao Te Ching confronts and offers an alternative to our schizoid ways of thinking, feeling, and behaving. Every section appeals to an innate holistic wisdom that our innermost being has longed for, sometimes consciously, often unconsciously, during all these past so-called civilized millennia. Lao Tzu's words invite us to transcend words, since words are used as the rationalizations of the tyrannies that we have established over each other. The Tao Te Ching is an ancient Chinese book composed of only 5,000. The Tao Te Ching is an ancient Chinese book, 6 centuries of only 5,000 characters, perhaps as early as the 6th father of Taoism. Centuries, the small book of Lao Tzu. 25,000 characters and written perhaps as early as the 6th century BCE by Lao Tzu, the legendary father of Taoism. Centuries, this small book of Lao Tzu's sayings had no name. It was like the Tao itself that is introduced right at the outset. The Tao that can be told is not the universal Tao. The name that can be named is not the universal name. More than 4 centuries after Lao Tzu was supposed to have lived, Sima Qian, Suma Qian, observed that the book was divided into 2 parts. Thereafter, people began to refer to these 2 parts as Tao and Ten. Still later, the book was divided into 81 sections. Verses 1 through 37 are called the Tao section because verse 1 begins with the word Tao. Verses 38 through 81 are called the Det section because verse 38 begins with the word Tet. And the word Qing was added to the title. Qing means ancient text or classic. Tao means path. For Lao Tzu, it signifies not just any path, but the specific path to living in concordance with the unity of the universe. According to Lao Tzu, it is the nature of nature to issue from an inextricable relationship of every part to the whole. Live life in accord with the Tao is to be in harmony with all others, with the environment and with oneself. It is to live in synchronicity with processes, to be completely authentic, sincere, natural, and innocent. Word integrity embraces all these characteristics. Tao also implies the inexhaustible greatness and wonderfulness of the universe and every part of it. All these propositions provide what modern science would call a theory of the nature of the universe. They therefore translate Tao as the theory of the great integrity. Ten, virtue, means virtue, or practice of the Tao, and Jing, as already indicated above, means a classical or guide. They therefore translate Tao Te Ching as a guide to the theory and practice of the great integrity. The Tao Te Ching is one of the most widely translated books in the world. During the past 2,400 years, there may have been as many as 1,400 different interpretations, with perhaps 700 stats. This book continues to fascinate people throughout the world. Why? I believe it is because the Tao Te Ching confronts and offers an alternative to our schizoid ways of thinking, feeling, and behaving. Every section appeals to an innate holistic wisdom that our innermost being has longed for, sometimes consciously, often unconsciously, during all these past so-called civilized millennia. Lao Tzu's words invite us to transcend words. His words are used incorrectly. since no one on this app actually organizes anything and nobody's ever accomplished anything from this app, and if I get into George Santos was from Clubhouse. He just got pardoned by Trump. I haven't engaged in any type of financial improprieties with the money we've raised. We've only raised $600 off of Clubhouse, so there's a small chance I get into Congress. There's a small chance I win the March 17th primary. But at least I'm doing something. I'm trying to be productive. And my rabbi told me, John, be productive.
What a weirdo, honestly.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not sure this is working, but I don't feel like you're trying too hard. Because you gotta think about it, like, we get basically more people in here on average day talking about a boring topic than you got on, like, your entire.
Listen, I hate to tell you this, but you haven't gone through my analytics of my 40 plus YouTube accounts, 50 plus Instagram accounts. I'm generating hundreds of thousands of views, millions of views every couple months. So I don't know who you are and what you do, but if you want to talk about business sometime, we can. You don't have to just insult me because I'm here in this room and just make fun of me for what I'm doing. We can actually maybe try to be productive.
What? Insult. Because I'm trying to, like, you know.
No, Andrew calls me a Zio schizophrenic and tries to put all the blame of Israel's, war on me and crime and violence. It's like, I'm just a fucking guy running for Congress here, and you guys are sitting here yelling at me, I'm the Israelis, genocidal Zionists. Like, get a grip, Andrew. Christ is king. He's the savior of mankind, and you're sitting here still complaining about war in 2025?
Andrew
You're
says
sure not living in a bunker. That's just.
I'm not in a bunker, and I work out on YouTube. I try to set the example. Do any of you overweight people touch your toes, do yoga, lift weights, go jogging? Anybody here work out?
Yeah, but anyway, I never said that's not you that you attributed to me and Andrew, but I just say that, like, I think you're a completely normal guy. I think.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, normal average Joe running for Congress.
Exactly. Normal people do what you do, basically.
Congress is like hosted debates on modern day debate. That's what's got way more followers, viewers than anything you're doing, candidate. If you look at the stuff you do, I suggest, I implore people that are curious, just go check out his YouTube channel. It's some creepy stuff. And
Okay, well, post a link to what is creepy. Don't just say it's all creepy. Let me know specifically what's creepy.
you're lying. I'll tell you specifically. Your shirt is off. You're doing weird stuff with like filters. You look like you're sweating. You look like you're in a concrete bunker with Israel.
It's really like yoga.
The Tao Te Ching is an ancient Chinese book composed of only 5,000 characters and written by hamsters. Mystical ASMR poetry. Named as poems and happy dust. Necessity, fearfully flowered with the blossom of possible aim. I am necessity. Scry necessity, mother of fate. Fate determines me, I have the will to create. Vast is the sphere, but it turns on itself like the pettiest star. I am the lobby that burns all things equally are. Scrutable nothing. The Tao Te Ching is an ancient Chinese book composed of only 5,000 characters and written perhaps as early as the 6th century BCE by Lao Tzu, the legendary father of Taoism. Centuries, this small book of Lao Tzu's sayings had no name. It was like the Tao itself that is introduced right at the outset. The Tao that can be told is not the universal Tao. The name that can be named is not the universal name. More than 4 centuries after Lao Tzu was supposed to have lived, Sima Qian, Suma Qian, observed that the book was divided into 2 parts. Thereafter, people began to refer to these 2 parts as Tao and Te. Still later, the book was divided into 81 sections. Verses 1 to 37 are called the Tao section because verse 1 begins with the word Tao. Verses 38 to 81 are called the Te section because verse 38 begins with the word Te. And the word Qing was added to the title. Qing means ancient text or classic. Tao means path. For Lao Tzu, it signifies not just any path, but the specific path for living in concordance with the unity of the universe. According to Lao Tzu, it is the nature of nature to issue from an inextricable relationship of every part to the whole. To live life in accord with the Tao is to be in harmony with all others, with the environment and with oneself. It is to live in synchronicity with processes, and to be completely authentic, sincere, natural, and innocent. The word integrity embraces all these characteristics. Tao also implies the inexhaustible greatness and wonderfulness of the universe and every part of it. All these propositions provide what modern science would call a theory of the nature of the universe. They therefore translate Tao as the theory of the great integrity. Te, virtue, means virtue, or the practice of the Tao. And Qing, as already indicated above, means a classic book or guide. They therefore translate Tao Te Ching as a guide to the theory and practice of the great integrity. The Tao Te Ching is one of the most widely translated books in the world. During the past 2,400 years, there may have been as many as 1,400 different interpretations, with perhaps 700 extant. This book continues to fascinate people throughout the world. Why? I believe it is because the Tao Te Ching confronts and offers an alternative to our schizoid ways of thinking, feeling, and behaving. Every section appeals to an innate holistic wisdom that our innermost being has longed for, sometimes consciously, often unconsciously, during all these past. The Tao Te Ching is an ancient Chinese book composed of only 5,000 characters and written perhaps as early as the 6th century BCE by Lao Tzu, the legendary father of Taoism. Centuries, this small book of Lao Tzu's sayings had no name. It was like the Tao itself that is introduced right at the outset. The Tao that can be told is not the universal Tao. The name that can be named is not the universal name. More than 4 centuries after Lao Tzu was supposed to have lived, Sima Qian, Suma Qian, observed that the book was divided into 2 parts. Thereafter, people began to refer to these 2 parts as Tao and Te. Still later, the book was divided into 81 sections. Verses 1 through 37 are called the Tao section because verse 1 begins with verse
CVS doesn't want you to know you can get 100 milligram generic Viagra tablets for 87 cents each for.
Is supple and tender, but in death he is rigid and hard. Thus suppleness and tenderness accompany life, but rigidity and hardness accompany death. I was quoting Lao Tzu. The philosophy of the strength of weakness. You know, it's a strange thing. How I think men in the West
Sent them a card.
This is Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching, the book of the theory of the great integrity, ASMR, NLP, hypnosis, conditioning, and suggestions, read by candidate Congressman John Kitover. Lao Tzu's words invite us to transcend words, since words are used as the rationalizations of the tyrannies that we have established over each other. He offers us what in his time were alternative utopian pathways to a more harmonious life. Today, in this dawn of the 21st century, the great integrity presents itself as a practical and achievable goal, and perhaps is the only alternative to our own species' extinction. Right at the beginning, Lao Tzu invites us to transcend words. In the infinite sea of the universe, there were no names, naming fragments the mysteries of life into 10,000 things and their manifestations. But how does one take issue with the world of words without using words? By being rather than by arguing. That in fact was Lao Tzu's way. He probably never wrote this book because polemics was the very target of his advocacy. More likely, many generations of his disciples and followers summarized his philosophy of life in these metaphoric fragments which sing the literary music of the right brain. The transcendence of language through unordinary language, because paradox is the principal mode of Lao Tzu's thought processes, and because it is the nature of the Chinese language, especially ancient Chinese, to be poetic. I have rendered these 81 sections as verses, although the original is written more like Chinese prose than poetry. Moreover, how else
then through poetry can one employ the left brain to transcend itself? How else can one criticize logical thinking without using logic? And how else does one merge yin and yang, whose very nature expresses polarization? Above all, it is not Lao Tzu's way to preach. He gently reminds us that preaching is a judgmental activity that negates the great integrity. The very act of raising the flag of the great integrity is itself an act of preaching, one of the inherent paradoxes of the Tao Te Ching. But the opposite of disputation and logic is not randomness and irrationality. I have attempted in these translations to preserve a subject focus while immersing each verse in the paradoxes that are at the heart of Lao Tzu's thought. The translations have deliberately avoided entrapment in either the prison of logic or in a hodgepodge of disconnected thoughts. It is the paradox of every poet to have to transcend the logical function of language through language. It is a higher level of paradox when the very content of the poetry is dedicated to the transcendent. To this transcendence, the ultimate consistency of Lao Tzu's wisdom is for us to communicate through silence, but consistency is also a negation of his wisdom. Since the Tao Te Ching itself is a communication through words, the very act of writing or reading this book is an affirmation of words not really the enemy.
He offers us what in his time were alternative utopian pathways to a moral.
I sent out a card. Nicole. Hi, Nicole. What would you suggest we get him? What would you suggest we buy him?
Lao Tzu's words invite us to transcend words. Since words are used as the rationalizations, the tyrannies that we've established over each other, he offers us what in his time were alternative utopian pathways to a more harmonious life. Today, in this dawn of the 21st century, the great integrity presents itself as a practical and achievable goal, and perhaps as the only alternative to our own species extinction. Right at the beginning, Lao Tzu invites us to transcend words. In the infinite sea of the universe, there were no names, naming fragments the mysteries of life into 10,000 things and their manifestations. But how does one take issue with the world of words without using words? By being rather than by arguing. That in fact was Lao Tzu's way. Probably never wrote this book because polemics was the very target of his advocacy. More likely, many generations
choose to just be quiet.
I recall. Do you have
This is an appeal to the American Republic. Class pans, oh, fair Republic of the West. This is an appeal. The Tao Te Ching is an ancient Chinese book composed of only 5,000 characters and written perhaps as early as the 6th century BCE by Lao Tzu, legendary father of Taoism. Centuries, this book of Lao Tzu's sayings had no name. It was like the Tao itself that is introduced right at the outset. The Tao that can be told is not the universal Tao. The name that can be named is not the universal name. More than 4 centuries after Lao Tzu was supposed to have lived, Sima Qian, Suma Qian, observed that the book was divided into 2 parts. People began to
Oh,
refer to
Raphael
these
is
2 parts
here.
as Tao and Te. Still later, the book was divided into 81 sections. Verses 1 through 37 are called the Tao section because verse 1 begins with the word Tao. Verses 38 through 81 are called the Te section because verse 38 begins with the word Te. Then the word Jing was added to the title. Jing means ancient text, classic. Tao means path. For Lao Tzu, it signifies not just any path, but the specific path living in concordance with the unity of the universe. According to Lao Tzu, it is the nature of nature to issue from an inextricable relationship of every part of
Okay, Raphael, I'm about to read the Tao Te Ching. Or the introduction, at least.
Since the Tao Te Ching is actually a communication book and uses words for communication.
Since the Tao Te Ching itself is a communication through words, the very act of writing or reading this book is an affirmation that words are not really the enemy. The enemy is the perversion of words to manipulate the disadvantaged, and the future perversion to rationalize the consequent inhumanities of these manipulations. On the contrary, the words of Lao Tzu point us toward our liberation from inequities and injustices, that is, toward the great integrity. What is the Tao? It is the oneness of all reality. According to Lao Tzu, the Tao of great integrity is the origin and nature of the universe. It is the way of life for all species on our planet.
including human beings living in most tribal societies. In ancient times, the people knew the great integrity in all its subtlety and profundity. Later, since the advent of civilizations, we human beings lost the great integrity, exchanging our natural harmony with the universe for ego-oriented lifestyles. However, Lao Tzu expresses confidence that we will one day recover the Tao. Verse 1, transcending. The Tao that can be told is not the universal Tao. The name that can be named is not the universal name. In the infancy of the universe, there were no names. Naming fragments the mysteries of life into 10,000 things and their manifestations. Yet mysteries and manifestations spring from the same source, the great integrity, which is the mystery within manifestation, the manifestation within mystery, the naming of the unnamed, and the unnaming of the named. When these interpenetrations are in full attendance, we will pass the gates of naming notions in our journey toward transcendence. Verse 1 commentary. We are not only reminded here that there is a dichotomy between the unnamed, our intuition, and the named, our reasoning, but also that these two seemingly opposite mind worlds can be integral. Yet mysteries, our intuition, and manifestations, our experience, spring from the same source, the universal Tao, the great integrity by which Lao Tzu means the wholeness and holiness that is embedded in our nature and in the entire nature of nature. Lao Tzu also reminds us of the mystery within manifestation, our intuition enriching our experience, the manifestation within mystery, our experience enriching our intuition, the naming of the unnamed, the infusion of our reasoning consciousness with our intuitive consciousness, and the naming of the named.
Since adaptation itself is communication through words, the very act of writing a communication affirmation that works not really the enemy. The enemy is the perversion of words.
Since the Tao Te Ching itself is a communication through words, the very act of writing or reading this book is an affirmation that words are not really the enemy. Enemy is the perversion of words to manipulate the disadvantaged. The future perversion since the Tao Te Ching itself is a communication through words, the very act of writing or reading this book is an affirmation that words are not really the enemy. Enemy is the perversion of words to manipulate the disadvantaged. The future perversion to rationalize the consequent inhumanities of these manipulations. On the contrary, words of Lao Tzu point us toward our liberation from inequities and injustices, and is toward the great integrity. What is the Tao? It is the oneness of all reality. According to Lao Tzu, the Tao of great integrity. It is the origin and nature of the universe. It is the way of life for all species on our planet, including human beings living in most tribal societies. In ancient times, the people knew the great integrity in all its subtlety and profundity. Later, since the advent of civilizations, we human beings lost the great integrity, exchanging our natural harmony with the universe for ego-oriented lifestyles. However, Lao Tzu expresses confidence that we will one day recover the Tao. Verse 1 transcending.
same stuff disturbed us from the same source, the universal Tao, the great integrity by which Lao simulates the wholeness and holiness that is embedded in our nature and in the entire nature of nature. Lao Tzu also reminds us of the mystery within manifestation, our intuition enriching our experience, the manifestation within mystery, our experience enriching our intuition, the naming of the unnamed, the infusion of our reasoning, consciousness with the without intuitive consciousness, the naming of the name. Since the direction itself is a communication through words, the very act of writing or reading this book is an affirmation that words not really the enemy. Enemy is the perversion of words to manipulate the disadvantaged, and the future perversion to rationalize the consequent inhumanities of these manipulations. On the contrary, words of Lao Tzu point us toward our liberation from inequities and injustices that is toward the great integrity. What is the Tao? It is the oneness of all reality. According to Lao Tzu, the Tao of great integrity is the origin and nature of the universe. It is the way of life for all species on our planet, including human beings living in most tribal societies. In ancient times, the people knew the great integrity in all its subtlety and profundity. Later, since the advent of civilizations, the human beings lost the great integrity, changing our natural harmony with the universe for ego-oriented lifestyles. However, Lao Tzu expresses confidence that we will one day recover the Tao. First one translated. Okay, this is B Computer, the AI Wearable Part 2. This is the app. The name that can be named is not the universal name. In the infancy of the universe, there were no names. Fragments, the mysteries of life into 10,000 things and their manifestations. In mysteries and manifestations spring from the same source, great integrity, which is the mystery within manifestation, the manifestation within mystery, the naming of the unnamed, and the unnaming of the named. Hence we will pass the gates of naming notions in our journey toward transcendence. There's one commentary we get on the letter reminded here that there is a dichotomy between the unnamed, our intuition, and the named, our reasoning. Also that these two
Lao Tzu also reminds us of the mystery within manifestation, our intuition enriching our experience, the manifestation within mystery, our experience enriching our intuition.
Naming of the the unnamed, the infusion of our reasoning consciousness with our intuitive consciousness, and the unnaming of the named, the dissolution of alienation from our reasoning consciousness. What is implied here is nothing less than the healing of the split between the two hemispheres of our brain, which have become separated, alienated, and at war with each other during the past few thousand years. Practically speaking, this means, for example, the artistification of the science, the scientification of art, the ecumenicalization of religion, and the spiritualization of life. In the realm of science, this is a process which nuclear physics, more than any other scientific discipline, has initiated. In a more advanced evolutionary stage, it will mean the transformation of our fixed and objective hierarchical structures into objective, subjective, interactive processes. For example, our present linearly and hierarchically structured languages are likely to transform into a music language, capable of communicating subtle differentiations and simultaneities of experience, reasoning, and feeling. In the realm of art, the great integrity implies the artistification of life and the gradual disappearance of our old age art closets, such as museums and performance halls. In a more advanced evolutionary stage, we can imagine the transformation of musical and dance composition to improvisation, of painting, framed pictures, to the artistification of our entire environment. In the realm of religion, we can look forward to the ecumenical dissolution of sects, dogmas, and superstition, since they create a rigor mortis of the mind, emotions, and spirit. In an even more advanced evolutionary stage, we might achieve the spiritualization of every aspect of life and consciousness. This verse welcomes the disappearance of all boundaries among art, science, and religion, as the walls and premises of every discipline dissolve into a higher consciousness and an uncompromising integrity of human relations and life experience. Therefore, when these interpenetrations are in full attendance, we will pass the gates of naming notions in our journey toward transcendence. Verse 2, relativity. We know beauty because there is ugly. We know good because there is evil. Being and not being, having and not having create each other. Difficult and easy, long and short, high and low define each other, just as before and after follow each other. Dialectic of sound gives voice to music, always transforming, is from was, as the ancestors of to be.
Naming of the unnamed, the infusion of our reasoning consciousness with our unnamed, the infusion of our reasoning consciousness with our intuitive consciousness, the unnaming of the named, the dissolution of alienation from our reasoning consciousness. What is implied here is nothing less than the healing of the split between the two hemispheres of our brain, which have become separated, alienated, and at war with each other during the past few thousand years. Practically speaking, this means, for example, the artistification of the science, the scientification of art, the ecumenicalization of religion, and the spiritualization of life. In the realm of science, this is a process which nuclear physics, more than any other scientific discipline, has initiated. In the more advanced evolutionary age stage, it will mean the transformation of our fixed and objective hierarchy. Liar, a big tax, big borrowing, big.
It seems like people are all fired up about something stupid.
Defeat Darren LaHood, the soup, he foaming for vengeance, bloodlust,
Magic Love
life,
Wizard.
coarse laugh, hideous glee, the sweet bad body in the dust, trampled.
Mystery. Our experience enriching our intuition.
Naming of the unnamed, the infusion of our
Congressman John. Congressman John. Congressman John. The book of the theory of the great integrity, ASMR, NLP, hypnosis, initiated. Mystery. Within manifestation. Our intuition. Enriching our experience. The manifestation within mystery. Our experience enriching our intuition.
The naming of the unnamed, the infusion of our reasoning consciousness with our intuitive consciousness, and the unnaming of the named, the dissolution of alienation from our reasoning consciousness. What is implied here is nothing less than the healing of the split between the two hemispheres of our brain, which have become separated, alienated, and at war with each other during the past few thousand years. Practically speaking, this means, for example, the artistification of the science, the scientification of art, the ecumenicalization of religion, and the spiritualization of life. In the realm of science, this is a process which nuclear physics, more than any other scientific discipline, has initiated. In a more advanced evolutionary age stage, it will mean the transformation of our fixed and objective hierarchical structures into objective. Will mean the transformation.
Within mystery. Our experience. of fools, the ecstasy, the trance of love, life's atom bonds must strain, I and must move.
I need your shares. And since no one on this app actually organizes anything and nobody's ever accomplished anything from this app, and if I get into see George Santos was from Clubhouse. He just got pardoned by Trump. I haven't engaged any type of financial improprieties with the money we've raised. We've only raised $600 off of Clubhouse, so there's a small chance I get into Congress. There's a small chance I win the March 17th primary. But at least I'm doing something. I'm trying to be productive. And my rabbi told me, John, be productive.
Within mystery lies ignorance, enriching our intuition. Naming of the unnamed, the infusion of our reasoning consciousness with our intuitive consciousness, the naming of the named, the dissolution of alienation from our reasoning consciousness. What is implied here is nothing less mystery, art, Congressman John. Okay, this is B Computer. Everybody, this is a product review for B Compute.
Sir, yes, sir.
See and defeat right up edited Congressman John.
All done scattered. Slowest.
Note glad through a trumpet's throat to tell the world I am no coward or else sobbing sweet minor. Soft is Asmodee's chant to the nightingale.
Must be flowers of weeping, flowers of art, flowers of great task, a series of small acts.
Oh, what's the very special line? Can bring them over. Just a coffee and banana nut muffin was a very special night. I think it was over to Oh, did you create?
Kitover running the comedy shake. 81 verses by
That's how you got it.
Congressman John.
Okay, this is B Computer. Everybody, this is a product review.
And today, Congressman John Kitover running in the 16th district. This verse celebrates the relativity of reality, thereby aligning itself with modern science, especially Einstein's theory of relativity. The corollary is a rejection of fundamentalism and absolutism. Verse 2 is a poetic reminder that one of our 21st century requisites is to transcend all superstitions, to believe that our world today is just as God created it and has never ever changed, nor will ever change, shuts the door to transformation. Such a premise locks us into the inequities of the past that were predicated on a condition of scarcity and a division between a minority who can fulfill their needs and a majority who cannot. 21st century technology makes have and have not inequities, as well as the rationales anachronistic. Tzu's theory of relativity suggests new paradigms of consciousness. He implies that when there will be no gluttony, there will be no starvation. When there will be no rich, there will be no poor. That is self-evident. However, what does it mean to say that when there will be no ugly, there will be no beauty, and that when there will be no evil, there will be no good? It means that beauty and good will no longer be expressed as compensatory for the ugly and evil in our life experience. It means that we will not any longer have to express beauty separated from life as art, or good separated from life as spiritual expression. It is possible that 21st century life will rediscover the harmony between our environment and us, and the harmony among each other and within us. It is this harmony that will be good and beautiful only as seen from our current perspective. But from a future perspective, good and beautiful as alienated, compensations will not exist because evil and ugly will not exist. What we today call good and beautiful will simply permeate the character of life. If beauty will no longer be separable from life, then we may expect that eventually there will no longer be concert halls and museums, since the music and art of life will be inherent in all the sounds, movements, and patterns of ordinary life, and will be expressed by every one of us, not just a specialist who creates beauty for us, such as the professional musician and artist. We can imagine that someday every mode of communication might be spontaneously musical and poetic. Every movement might be a dance, every object we create a visual delight, all expressing the integral and actualizing character of life. Similarly, in the distant future, we may not have need for churches, temples, and mosques, since life itself may become spiritual in all its forms, activities, and expressions. In such a world of the future, the teacher and the student might be so in tune with each other that they will be able to teach without telling. Each of us may become so in tune with every other person that we may spontaneously allow without commanding.
This verse celebrates the reality by aligning science with Einstein's corollary is a rejection of fundamentalism and absolutism. Verse 2 is a poetic reminder that one of our 21st century
Congressman John. We harvested their reports.
celebrates the relativity of reality. History. Art. History. Congressman John.
Quick,
The Adam and Eve from my life. So it's the true story of Adam and Eve.
We harvest eternal importance, history, our experience, enriching our intuition. Since the Tao Te Ching itself is Congressman John. We harvested history. Kitover. We harvest history.
just nothing. I just picked them up and stuff and pick off this. Pick them up themselves and 3 coffees. Oh, yes. Sorry. Okay, I understand. Oh, thanks. But it's all on cloud now. Clubhouse. Okay, I understand. Thanks, but it's all on Clubhouse.
We harvested their reports.
You see,
If you're a small content
Oh,
Verse.com.
assessing, care without claiming. In this way, we harvested their reports because we never announced it.
This verse celebrates the
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back. So first round, get your go-to. Second, have we...
Alright. Okay, I understand. Thanks, but it's all on Clubhouse. Everything on purpose to a conference call.
If you're a small content we harvested their reports.
you. If I need you on Clubhouse. If you have gifted gab, I need you on Clubhouse. It's a social audio. It's you. Or the nightclub scene 3 or something. Yeah. Okay, please. 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 Okay, please download.
Alex, and you.
It ain't going to happen that way. Though you want to talk to me, you call me on the phone. If I'm not cool with it, dude, I'm a grown man. I'm talking.
Hello?
Hey, Eric, it's John. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How's it going with you, brother?
I'm good. I'm having a nice day. How's your day going?
It's pretty good. I mean, I'm not really into all of that download and all that stuff. I just I don't deal with that kind of stuff. If it's part of the business and it's like, it's a different story.
Yeah, it is the business. Like, that's the whole thing, is that app. It's got a lot of people on there from all around the country and the world, and there's a lot of crazy liberal leftist clown world people on there that, if you got the gift of gab, and you want to talk politics, it's the place, that you can do a lot for the campaign on.
Well, I mean, I don't get all that stuff. I have a big mouth for campaign. When it comes to politics, there's three things I work in the club scene. Stand for politics, religion, and sex.
those are your three power hits right there. You know, but make a long story short, I mean, I didn't know what kind of work you're looking for, so you kind of like go left and a little bit of right there. You know, to be on a podcast and stuff like that.
Well,
I
we
mean, I'm not gonna sit there and argue with a physical face for nothing. You know,
we've all
you're not really seeing the individual who you're dealing with when you're actually like trying to get your point across or trying to be open-minded and open up someone else's peripheral to let them see, hey, you know what? Always see the other side before you just see your side. You know, that's just how it works. You know.
yeah.
Um,
Well, we see, you know, the really the only position on the campaign is getting petition signatures, but Monday next week I have to go down to Springfield and deliver our petition packets to Illinois Election Commission. So we already have enough sigs, but I mean, if you wanted to do signatures, it's only $1 a signature, $10 a sheet, and then you'd have to mail them to me. I have to get them by Saturday. You could get signatures for the campaign, but I'll tell you, like, we're past that part and coming on Clubhouse to have conversations in political debate rooms on behalf of the campaign. I can pay you for that. It's not a lot of money. We don't have that much money left, but it would be a big help for the campaign, and you could have fun and make money and just do it in
what
your
are you
living room.
running for? What position you running for?
It's the
Who
16th.
you running against?
It's U.S. Federal Congress in the 16th district against Darren LaHood.
We have a couple friends that are in Congress, and of course they got better stories than what they write an article with police terrorists, and I can go on and on and on. They'll get in, I don't know why. Newton just ran here less than 90 days ago. He knew he was going to put against Bank here, but he still backed him. You know, it's all about the gift of gab. You know, you can bring up issues and all of that stuff, whatever. But it's something to think about. What I would do is give you a day to think about it, and I'll text you back. I'm not really worried about all that other stuff. All it is what is your campaign? I mean, what are the three strong things that you're so everybody always go with medical, education, and unemployment. I can't do it. I've been around politics all my life. I'm born and raised Chicago. So I do that gift of gab. I work in nightclub scene, so I'm an executive chef. So I've been around. I just retired like 3 years ago. I just got tired of it.
Well, this is something new. This is new. This is kind of new. It's called social audio, and Clubhouse is very political. So it's basically just conversational, and then I record it all and I publish it across multiple platforms. So I'm a filmmaker, and I've got over 30,000, 50,000 videos up on YouTube. So all the campaign stuff I record and I put it onto YouTube and Instagram and X. And so that's part of the other side of the business.
One thing first, talking to people, I would probably hurt a lot of people's feelings. I would hurt their feelings.
Yeah, you can do it anonymously. You don't have to say who you are.
I don't put shit in honesty. If you talk foolish, I gotta give you your shit. So I can shut you down. But the point is that when you get to politics, it's not like I'm abrupt about it or whatever. But I am very rude when it comes to politics. The baddest motherfucker I ever seen in my day was fucking Daily. You fuck with none of you guys say. It's open minute. Keep talking and you won't come back. Keep coming, you won't come back to the next day. You know what? I can talk to you, I'll talk to you. And this guy was always under investigation. They couldn't get him. Thank you, God, he had the best way to get out, dude. The best bastard I've ever met. Don't give a fuck what nobody says. Take care of the blacks, take care of the Hispanics, take care of the whites, and hey, take care of my fucking people that come down here. Don't fuck with the tourists. That's with the tourists. Everybody's gotta go. But this is the point, That's the things that people don't see. I don't see things black and white. You know what? I even tell you, I don't care if you're black, I don't care if you're white, dude. I will call you as I see it, Ghetto motherfuckers are ghetto motherfuckers. You don't work, but you see you talk foolish. If you talk foolish, I have to correct you. This is not normal. I don't like any of those people.
Well, I think most people agree with you, but people
I
are.
don't like it. I've been watching all morning YouTube with all these people crying over Snap. They're not gonna get rid of it, but you fuckers can't handle 30 days without it. Fuck, you been getting it all your life for free. Who said that it is free bad? Every
That's a fucking gift. That's an honor to get started. When you listen to all the insults, they forget about how nice it was to them. It's like being in a relationship. So if you leave each other, the first thing that happens is you're a piece of shit. No, you weren't saying that when I was looking at you the other day. You know, you weren't. You know, but you get what I'm saying. So, I have the flip side to the coin too, always. So the clubhouse, I'm gonna do you a favor. I already had the every year,
Well, that's cool.
but how does this work? What do you got, like 5 rooms of people are chit and chat?
Yeah, I don't have a room open now, but there are, what I would do is if
How
you,
about this? You text me when you do have the room, open it up, and I can guarantee you, if you get 4 or 5 people in there, I can light it up to where people be so energetic and responsive back and forth. Maybe a little controversy, but kind of keep it decent, but keep it nasty clean. I guarantee you, in like 30 days, you'll laugh.
all right, well, let's try it. The whole thing is to create something, and we don't need to really,
Don't create content.
exactly, yeah.
You don't want the negative stuff, but you want it to be controversial.
No, yeah,
Say,
just,
hey,
I would say just be genuine and authentic, and that's gonna give us the best, reels and shorts and content.
I'm from Chicago, I'm gonna get real good. I'm old school, I'm a baby boomer dude. Baby boomer. But to make a long story short, yeah, what you can do is let me know when you open the room, just send me a text. I already got you downloaded, and I think you're gonna do my picture to pop up. So you didn't even know I was already in there.
Okay, cool. Let me text you right now. I'll create the room.
How many rooms do you have?
I've been on this app for many years, and they've deleted many, many accounts because we cause so much conflict on this app. But
They do that anyway. There's a few people I know that they've done 4 or 5 of them, they clip them right off there. But you gotta remember Chicago's big on that. A lot of people don't know.
yeah, that's true.
Biggest celebrities. Working with a lot of them too. We used to work across from Park West. You're the only restaurant we opened Big Band's restaurant. So my boss was the only restaurant.
What is the Park West is in Lincoln Park?
Yeah, right there before you get to the zoo and the museum. It's a new mall there. Yeah, like 11 March, Rush Street, new mall. Even have blue floats in my other states all the time. Yeah, they took care of me too.
Hmm.
So, but yeah, God Village, yeah, I can kind of get what you're saying. You know, a little bit political, kind of get going with the mainstream of what's going on in the world, pushing the election and pushing it.
Okay, this.
The worst thing about it, I wanted to do stand-up 10 years ago, but I was like, dude, you're too old to hit the road.
Well, we could do some stuff on YouTube, and that's the best, place to test content and see and brand it, because if you like doing stand-up, I mean.
Once you start hearing me talk, you realize you're kind of hilarious and you're kind of dangerous. I used to work above Second City. We owned a club called the Black Orchid. I've been around this ballpark, but I'm not your typical dude.
Well, I mean, it's a good thing to put it on YouTube. A lot of people like to just, to me, I mean.
I'm like in Puerto Rican. You would never even know me when you're talking to me, dude. You would never even know it. Even my name, you wouldn't even know it. But the point is that, yeah, it's, just a different creative, I don't know about the content. I go where things take me. There's days where you feel like, dude, you're on fire. You make sure all the way around. Then you turn around that day, you like, have that expectation. Maybe the spark's not there. No. But I mean, out of 38, you're going to get a spark at least 28.
Yeah, that's what it is. You film 100 things and you get one thing, and you got to film 1,000 things to get 10 things.
Trust me, I like to shut people down. It's all good. It's all good. I'll try it out and see what happens. You get what I'm saying?
Okay,
Listen. Go ahead.
this other girl, Nicole Walters, she also responded to the ad, so she's also on Clubhouse today, and I just sent her the link to this room as well. It's called Campaign to Elect Candidate Congressman John Kitover.
So how many rooms do you have?
we just have one room open. I have a lot of other accounts, but I have phones all over the place, and I don't know. I can try to find the other phone with more connections. But this would just be like a quick test because what I'd like you to do is rebrand your profile for the campaign, and then go into the bigger debate rooms where there's hundreds of people in bigger stages, and raise your hand and say, introduce yourself and say, hey, I'm a Clubhouse online social influencer for the campaign to elect John. I'm here to debate you on the bullshit that you're talking about right here. Whatever they're talking about.
Well, but they're giving this net to the poor people, but at the same time, aren't you guys thieves? So the thieves are robbing the thieves. There's no honor among thieves. No, there's no honor. But it's, there's just like little slotty shit you get out of them when somebody bites into it. Just you open up a can of worms. You're getting ready to put Clubhouse on right now. What time are they going now or no?
Yeah, it's live now. I'll be here for like the next, hour, 2 hours. So.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and check in real quick.
Okay, sounds good. I'll talk to you on there.
All right.
Okay, thanks, bye. Hey, my friend, I'm onboarding somebody who I responded to a Craigslist ad, and his job is just to do Clubhouse. This is Eric here in the audience.
Welcome, Eric.
How's it going, big dog?
This is
Can you hear me?
we can hear you. Yeah, this is my friend Zach. This is my friend El Normo here in the audience as well. These are gentlemen I know from this ad.
Sounds great. How's your day treating you then?
Everybody knows to talk
Good.
about work.
I'm going to go teach a driving lesson very soon.
El Normo here is a filmmaker, director, works, loves politics, loves America, loves Israel. And Eric here responded to an ad to work for the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John. And so Eric and I just had about a 10, 15-minute phone call talking about politics and Eric's background. And he loves comedy, and he's worked in restaurant groups and entertainment, nightlife, and Eric's an OG Chicagoan.
Not pretty much all that, but it's all good. We're all normal people. It's just every once in a while when you tell somebody, wow, you've done a lot. So what kind of movies you direct? Is that Norm?
Yeah, I'm mostly nonfiction.
Non-fiction? Do you do a lot of local, or you just do like,
I'm sorry, beg your pardon?
do a lot of, can you hear me now?
I just didn't hear the word at the end of the sentence. Oracle? Do I do a lot of what?
I have a local.
There was that problem.
You do a lot of local movies, or do you do a lot of independents?
Those are not categories.
I've seen a lot of people, because working in the industry, we have a lot of people, if they're not trying to be a model, they're trying to be an actress, they're not trying to be an actress, they're trying to fuck a millionaire, sorry for swearing. Lost for words?
No, I have no response to people that are trying to, in your words, fuck a millionaire. I don't have any opinion on that subject.
It's just a small comment, it was not to intimidate nobody or embarrass nobody. I said sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
No.
So So this is also Zen
So
down there.
have you done anything that's out in the market that's noticeable?
Yeah, I've done hundreds of things.
Awesome.
So thanks for coming to the room, El Normo. I texted El Normo. You know, El Normo is been on this app debating the biggest social miscreants, most potentially violent domestic terrorists, terrorist promoters, terrorist organizers. And, you know, we would hope that federal law enforcement is listening in on anarchistic, violent terrorist conversations in order to track and possibly arrest some individuals. But this app, because it is a private conference call app, does facilitate some of the most toxic communication anywhere on the internet. And so, you know, you can get caught in their web of despair and lies and bullshit very easily and waste a lot of time with a bunch of losers sitting in their underpants, you know, calling for violence. So this app is full of political vulgarity, leftist, socialist, Marxist, communist, liberals, Democrats. And that's why, Eric, I invited you here, because it's a good place to campaign, because you can have heated conversations and not get punched in the nose.
Well, I can get punched in the nose, trust me. I've actually worked with a lot of people from the Middle East, you know, come across my path in my life. And sometimes I always wonder if they were trying to convert me or try to, what's a good word of saying it? Oh, that would be easy to be manipulated. But a lot of times, you know, it's kind of like the mob. They're sitting in front of your face and you don't even know it. You know that, right? They're sitting right in front of your face. And some of them are probably here right now as you speak, you know. But the biggest thing about when you're dealing with terrorists and stuff is that you have to understand that, you know, I'm an American, number one. Don't ever get it twisted. And I have served. But the point what I would make is that we do a lot of damage to other countries. And sometimes when it falls back on us, we don't take it easily. You know, if you kill one, then we got to come over there and kill everybody. You know, but the only difference that makes the United States different from terrorists is terrorists are what you call cowards. Cowards are the kind of people that run around and kill innocent people. And that's not how it's supposed to be. And a lot of times when you do go to war like Afghanistan and, you know, you go through all that with Gaddafi, I go on and on and on from Pineapple Face and on and on and on. The point is that we're civilized. Did it go off or something?
No, I can hear you. Yeah, I mean, we are civilized, but you know, I'm just saying that in terms of like.
We got compassion too, though. That's the difference. You know, we don't sit in our country and behead our own people. We don't sit in our own country while you sit like us adopt. You know, he's got all the countries. What do you call it? Whatever you call it, you put in a museum that's supposed to be their history. You know, that's what you call a dictator. You know, even like when you guys look at you know, you guys might not like me, but I really wouldn't care. Trump is following Putin's put Trump on the map. He told him fake news. Putin started all this shit. Nobody's paying attention. When these puppets made fun of Putin, he took MTV and he put them in jail. And then he let them out. And he took their publication and all that for himself. And those are the things you don't understand with dictators. These guys say it's fake news, you know. And I was a big Trump fan before he did what he did. But what makes me mad is he's not a politician. I don't think he thinks rationally. But you know, sometimes you gotta throw in some grapes on top of the apples and oranges to make shit up. I don't know. You know, but sometimes I look at it and I'm like, wow, you know. But you know, the politics thing is, you know, he may be good. You know why we're not having any wars? Because they know he's crazy enough to say, oh, I want some of that. Let's do it. You know that, right? That's why they're not messing with us. Why do you think he went down there and invited all those Arabs the last term he did? You know, he let them know, dude, you can look, you can play, but guess what, dude? I'm just letting you know, I'll fuck you up. You know, he's
he's kind of, he's irrational, though. You know, he's the guy you want if we go to war, though. The office, I hate to say it. You know, it doesn't make sense, but it's the truth. You got a very quiet room. You don't even know it. You know that, right?
Yeah, I agree with you.
You have a really quiet room.
Yeah, I know. I texted some people. Chris is down there. He plays a lot of audiobooks on this app as well because I try to mix it up and not just have conversations with a lot of the people on here because it is a waste of time. It's not intelligent. And, but Chris down there plays a lot of good audiobooks too. But, so, I mean, you got what it takes. You got the gift of gab. And this app, you know, I can pay you to come on here for 1 hour a day. I give you $10 to have a nice cup of coffee and a muffin on me every day for, you know, I'm not every day, but, you know, with a max budget.
I do it. I don't care about $10. $10 is not. I'm retired. I retired my stuff. But what it's telling you was is, I'll give you a good background. I'm a poor guy who came from Chicago, dude. I should never even lived, bro. Here I am, 60 years old. If you looked at me, I look like I'm 40 because I'm in great shape. I've worked all my life. Secondary is I've had like 5 different life experiences. Who'd ever thought I worked around the uppies, did a 360. Some great rich guys, they liked my tenacity, and you know, I ended up in this process the way it is. As far as politics, dude, I've been around all these kind of people, you know, like, you know, they would get mad at Daley and say, like, you're putting all the money on Michigan Avenue, you're not putting nothing in the neighborhoods. And, you know, Daley's just an arrogant dude. You elected Danny Davis for the last 40 years. You knew what the fuck you were doing. Why you guys started putting this guy in office? That's your to-go-to man. You get what I'm saying? That's the stuff that I like about politics, if you can answer it. And sometimes it's arrogant, but the arrogance is the truth. And that's the meat and potatoes of politics, you know? And I wouldn't care if Daley stole $200 million. I'm quite sure Trump gave him a lot of money to put that tower there. Don't get it twisted. If I had the Tribune build it out. But at the same time, he let Trump know, dude, this is my city. You know what I mean? But the point is, when you're looking at politics, it's not about what you do. It's, you know, if you're going to go into office and you got 10 agendas, you should at least complete 3 of them because you're not going to get all 10. But you got to pick 10. And out of that 10, you got to come through on 3 of them. If you don't come through on 3 of them, it was a waste of time. Even if you're a Democrat, I'll make you mad. You know, I'll vote for Republican now, believe it or not, before I do another Democrat. You know, this woman was the first, whatever, minority and a woman to be a vice president. Her job was to build momentum and build up speed so that way, when it was time for her to run, she would have a resume to carry her. When this guy got sick, she just fucking rode his coattail, and that's why she ain't president. And I get tired of people talking about you don't get it done, you don't fucking get it. You're the first woman. You're supposed to lead. Look at Barack. He may not be the greatest, but at least he left a mark. You kind of get what I'm saying? And with the politics is a lot of people forget that people want to put the people in the office, but at the same time, when they get into office, you know, there's so many backdoor deals. You know, like this not smoking in the bars and all that. Some dude got caught cheating his fucking wife, dude. So she says, hey, well, I'll register, you know, dude, that's some bullshit. You go to the bar, dude, you want to smoke a cigarette, dude, have a beer, shoot some pool, and tell a bunch of lies. You know, when it, you know, matter of fact, it's the devil's playground. What do you care if you're smoking? You know, and those are the things like with politics. They pick the smallest things that are not that important, dude. You know, who cares about a fucking bathroom if a woman or a man in it? Just put bathroom on and shut the fucking door. But it's always got to be a spectrum. But when you work with politics, what happens is people pick these agendas and these people that get so quickly manipulated. You'd be surprised. I live by myself, and believe it or not, it's been like that for the last 5 years. You know, after my divorce, I found out my freedom is worth more than dealing with other people's sanity. Because people have to learn to pick and choose the right fight. You know, and politics, though, even Chicago, though, I'm from Chicago, though. I'm glad I left after Daley left. You know, it's a beautiful city. I go there 3 times a week, and I rent a hotel.
Yeah. Well, Clubhouse is, oh, Mountain is here. So Mountain is a conservative guy. Mountain loves to come on here and debate. Um, and I chatted with him 2 days ago with this other pretty prolific user on this app. Mountain, this is Eric. Eric responded to an ad to work for the campaign to elect John. Eric, this is Mountain.
How's it going, Mountain? How's it going? Oh, it's always a good day. My days are always good. Even when it's bad, it's good. Don't you know that? Yeah, for sure. You know? But yeah, I don't like to debate politics, but you know how politics is. Sometimes you dig into something, somebody might like it. You might like Robert Redford, I might like Paul Newman. You get what I'm saying? Sure, for sure. Sorry, I'm Robert Redford. How's your day treating you, Mountain? Man, yeah, I'm just being a truck driver today, just getting loads of dirt and rock all day. I'm usually a sprinkler technician, but it's kind of winding down, you know, the season and stuff. Yeah. I was helping out a friend. He's a contractor. He does a lot of kitchens, bathrooms in town. And I kind of did that for the summer. And he's like, "You do it?" And yeah, just give me $1,000 a week. You know, I mean, this is something just to keep busy. I get it with you too. I've been retired for about like 3 or 4 years. And man, it's harder trying to retire because you're so used to working and moving around and being in charge and being in control. It's like, damn, this is what the hell it's all about. Dude, I'm ready to go back to work. Yeah, no, it'll be nice. We get laid off here like November 14th. I'm just drawing unemployment for the winter time. So it's cool. Do you enjoy having that off time? That's nice. Yeah. Married? Kids? Nope, I'm not married. It's because you're on the road. I told my wife I think I should take up truck driving. She goes, yeah, and we're getting a divorce. Okay. One second, I forgot how it's spelled. What was that again?
He's pulling off the road or something.
What did you say?
He's driving a truck. I don't know. He said he's probably pulling off the road. So this is the campaign. You know, I think that, Eric, I'm a fiscal conservative. I think that $37 trillion in debt is totally unsustainable. $1 trillion a year in interest payments. So my two propositions are to reduce the National Defense Authorization Act and also cut Medicare, Medicaid. I think, you know, the fact that the Democrats are screaming, you know, and the government is shut down, that if we don't provide more money to Medicare, Medicaid, or keep the budgets as is, they won't reopen the government. To me, it's all just for corporate profits, for Blue Cross Blue Shield, Cigna, United Healthcare, Big Pharma. You know, let's just say 1,500 major corporations derive all of their profit from our borrowing and spending $4 trillion a year in Medicare, Medicaid. So I think if we want to preserve what we got, we keep Social Security. We make the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines more lethal than ever before. But we also stop any wasteful projects and programs that they're engaged in. And we just make them insanely lethal, you know, fighting force to go deploy anywhere at a moment's notice. But I think if we want to keep what we got, we have to be, you know, Protestants, Protestant savers, saving for a rainy day, paying down the debts. You know, that's my position. And so Darren LaHood, the guy I'm running against, every year we create $2 trillion in debt. He's been in office 5 terms, 10 years, $20 trillion in debt.
Is he a Democrat?
His daddy's, well, he's a Republican, but the truth is he's not a fiscal Republican. He's a big borrower, big spender, big taxer Republican. And
you know what our biggest problem is? What's saving everybody else to deal with at home? You know, isn't it horrible when the tourists can go right on Fulton and come out the park, and when they go under that bridge, they have to look at homeless people. And that's your tourists walking past. They don't even take care of what's going on at home. You know, even like you said, take care of veterans. They shouldn't even wait to be in line. If he says I'm a veteran, he pulls off that. He should be pushed in front of the line unless there's a life or death situation. But you have to look at things. He has to go to a VA hospital. Secondary is, you know, I am a Democrat, but they fucked me up so much, dude, that I would just vote for the right person because they just been passing this money out like it's garbage. And the thing about it is, I've learned that when you watch these interviews, the reason you get so many Democrats irate is because they've been getting it free for so long. They think they're supposed to get it for free. And the more they put those Democrats in, they keep coming up with more free, free, free. You know what I mean? And I grew up with a paper route. I've been working since I was 8 years old. I shined shoes, newspapers. I was even a Boy Scout. You get what I'm saying? So the difference is people forget, but then again, you got this new generation, you know, and you listen to the shit. Sometimes these people talking don't have. Oh my God, it has nothing to do with the filter. It's the thinking process, you know. And if you look at anything in the year 2000, that's pretty much crushed. I got a son that was born in '84, and I got a daughter in '89. And if you talk to those kids, you would think you're talking to Jackson Brown. He's old. You get what I'm saying? So the point is that this new generation has a different thing. And secondary is that, you know, with people running around with all the violence and stuff, you know, it's not so much about the violence. I really care about none of it because I look at people how they push them up to be martyrs. And when you look at their backgrounds, you can see, dude, the guy is 25 that just said they killed him, Black Lives Matter. But the point is, what I would make too, I get a lot of that stuff you're saying, you know, and the reason the Medicare, Blue Cross, and all that stuff is screwed up, you really know why it's screwed up? People will go to the emergency room just because they coughed. When someone else could be sitting out there that really needs a doctor for an hour and a half in the waiting room. And, you know, the other thing too is neglecting it, you know what I mean? Everything that's supposed to be set in play is supposed to be set in play for a person who needs it. But you know, everything just start turning into a business. And it's just the way it is. It's in politics does business the way it does. You know, sometimes people look at politics as like, you know, the thieves are watching the thieves now. Sorry. You know, that's how it works, you know. I would love to meet an honest person and shake their hand. You know, I helped a guy run for campaign for mayor out here in Rockford, dude. Dude, the guy put God first every time he talked to him. And that guy lost, and he knew he was gonna lose. But you know, he agreed to it, whatever worked out for him. When he congratulated him, you'd have thought he won. That's how humble that guy was. He was very humble. He goes, you know, mine was always about Medicare, education, and we had something else. But to make a long story short, he says, God bless the mayor. I hope he does a great job. He understood what I ran for, and da 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 da. He's got a strong, you know, yada da da da. And he continued on and on and on. I was like, wow. I said, thank you, Lord. Savages. They come here, and I hate to tell you, I've worked with a lot of foreigners. They come here, and they say we're crazy. They come here and say, but in my country, you get what I'm saying? And in my mind, I'm like, but why are you here? You know, why are you here? So what happens is people come to this country, they want the benefits, but they don't want to pay into it. They just don't want to pay into it.
Yeah.
You know, the terrorist thing, I'll tell you, it's your secret, though. The terrorists been here to 0.5% back, way back, dude. They've been here, they're not going anywhere. You know, I've met a lot of people. Trust me, I've met a lot of people. I had a bunch of friends up and down Clark Street, not the shitty neighborhoods, but, you know, and they own businesses and everything. Sometimes you wonder if that spouse is just a lot. Some of them might be financing herself, you know, but they're here. But, you know, I don't know. When you say about the politics, you know, same thing is if this guy's been in office for quite a while, he's probably already got a following and he's probably got a handful of votes that puts him way ahead of you. Do you have a background in politics?
Just ran for Chicago committee person, and the Republican Chicago GOP sued me twice, spent $10,000 getting me off the ballot, and installed a yes woman, so they wouldn't lose a single vote. And now Darren LaHood, who's running for lieutenant governor with Darren Bailey, um, has taken over the Chicago GOP. So I have a little bit of experience, but this is a long shot, and I've only spent 1,500, maybe 2,000 on this campaign. Raised 600, put in 1,500 of my own. So, anyways, it's a small campaign, and but again, this is like a publicity and credit building exercise, and
Well, the first time is to wait, and you look also too, you can wake people up because the name could be recalled somewhere down the line if you do it. My son Godfather ran for alderman too. He lost by 800 votes, and he really loved politics, and he ran over there on Logan Square area. I'm a man. I'm not gonna remember the year. I kind of put a little work for him. He ran to be alderman, so I kind of get it, and he did pretty good. I don't know if he'll ever run again, but he worked for Coca-Cola. He repairs all their refrigeration stuff like that. Make a long story short, so I do understand that. With Jay Byrne, I don't know how old you are,
yeah.
but when Jay Byrne ran, we helped get her in office. And then we did the same thing with Luis Gutierrez, and he was an FLLA, one of those Puerto Rican national terrorists back then. A lot of things in Congress. That's the joke. The biggest joke, when Harold Washington died, he was there coked out and nobody even realized it. That's why I said, the politics, I rather, if I ran for office, the first thing I would tell them, I've been arrested, I was a gang member, I'm a piece of shit, but guess what? I'm gonna give you everything you wanna hear, so that way you ain't gotta ask me nothing that I would freak out over. And then I tell them straight out, now let's get to business. That's all it is. Don't give me apple pie, I don't want, what do they call it, Alamo and all that. Tell me what you got for me, And that's what people do when they send people down there to try to put them in those positions. I don't know if you know the black guy, I think he's from New Jersey, he's a light-skinned black guy. I think he's a senator.
Yeah, Cory Booker.
I can't remember his name. He's young too, he's about like 38 years old.
Are you talking about Booker?
Is that his name? He's light-skinned.
Yeah.
Like he's got hazel eyes. He's his dad's only kid. I think he was a lawyer before he got into politics.
Yeah, Cory Booker.
Grace
Here is from New Jersey, and Grace here worked in politics in Jersey.
What's his name?
I think you're talking about Cory Booker.
She's telling her that why she said he's a disaster.
I didn't say that. I said a word. The TV's in the background, but no one said it's a disaster.
Ari, your voice is so low. Don't ever take it wrong. Sometimes my voice is deep, and sometimes it's like soft. I've had people call me on the phone and be like, "Have you ever DJ'd before?" And I'm like, "No." But yeah, I was gonna say, but yeah, I can see him. I can see him trying to run in like the next 20 years. He's just about like 40 years old. But you have to understand too, it's not so much as who you put in the office. Sometimes we're stuck with what we got. If we work with what we got, then you're doing something, Believe it or not, Trump is really not that bad. I'm glad that you have a guy that makes everybody freak out because they don't know what's going to happen next. And that's how it should be. I hate to tell you, you don't know what's coming up next. But I can guarantee you, if you ever talk about war, they ain't going to play with Trump. I don't think nobody wants to play. Why as soon as you get out of office, one of these countries will act stupid. Trust what I tell you. Nobody wants to play with it right now. But the economical finances in the city, we're never going to get out of debt. That's just the way it is. But, what a lot of people don't look at with Trump is that they're looking at other things, but, he has to give his friends $1 billion contract. He has to give them that if he's willing to make them bring work back to our country. And when you bring work back to the country, people get mad because they're like, he's taking care of his friends. Well, he's not going to go to Cornbread and Boogaloo and ask, hey, let's open up a pork chop sandwich. But the point is that in order to bring the money back in the infrastructure, all that money that ran out of here needs to come back here. You know why they're doing our plastics and they bringing all that shit from overseas? Because somebody was environmentalistic, didn't like that fucking, whatever you want to call it, toxic in the air. Now look what you did. Now they're selling us our shit back. Or you get these countries that they take their stuff to another country to go back. That's not cool. It's just not cool. Remember when I grew up, there were Schwinn bicycles. There were Snap-ons. You know, if a Snap-off tube broke, man, you can go to any store and take it and replace it. It's just the way it was back then. But the point, what I would say about it is that we're like other countries. They're our landlords because you have to depend on us to give us their bullshit. You know what I mean? It's just like when Trump told them, no, we're going to tax your ass if you want to bring your shit in here. You got to pay more. You know what I'm saying? It used to be where if we take 100 of your cars, you got to bring in 100 of ours over to your country. You know, it's not even a fair trade anymore. You know, and I'm not a racist by all means. My whole family's mixed. I got Polish, Black, Puerto Rican. My wives are all Irish, real Irish women. And the point that I make is that they let the foreigners come in here and they let them set up house. Their money's not even spent here like that. It's just not spent here like that. And this is supposed to be a land of opportunity where everybody gets a fair share. Yeah, well, sometimes who told you to come here and rape our country? And I was told a lot. I don't care. Dude, I got in the car with a cab driver. He told me I was a cotton nigga. You know, because I didn't know if I wanted to beat his ass, but you know, being who I am, I got out of the cab. But this is a guy who's in another country, and however that came out of his mouth, I don't really care, you know. But the point is that you know a lot of this stuff that goes on around this country's kind of whacked out, dude. If they don't get it back on track, it ain't never gonna. I'm glad I only got maybe 30 more years left. It sounds dumb, but you know, 30 more years left to this. Then I'll go talk to the guy or walk into the light. But you know, if you feel strong about it, how many signatures have you gotten so far?
What was the question?
No, we can hear, John, now we can hear you.
No,
Go ahead, John.
I have a ranch style house, and what happens is some of the spots they kind of go in and out. I'm sorry about that. I was asking
Eric, we heard you, we didn't hear candidate.
I was asking John how's this campaign going with the signatures?
Oh, it's good.
Yeah, John.
It's good. Most of our signatures came out of the Rockford area, and we're at about 1,230 signatures. We only need about 700, and we deposit them October 27th, Monday in Springfield at the Illinois Election Commission.
Oh, so all you gotta do is hang outside a blood bank. Get them all to sign. That's none to get signed. I'm gonna figure out a way where maybe you can fax me some papers over here or whatever.
Do you have a printer at home?
Nah. Believe it or not, when I sold my condo and moved out of Chicago, my twin sister had me move out here. Long story short, and she had like 5 or 6 women, and I think I hired 200. I kind of made Rockford my home. But to make a long story short, I don't keep nothing in the house because I don't want to have nothing to do with business. I actually threw my desk away. I threw my desk away and everything. Only thing I keep is the file. Okay, I have a house, don't get it wrong. But I try not to deal with none of that because
That's
I
smart.
end up helping people.
You just need a coffee table. You only need a coffee table.
Pretty cool.
Amos down here is from Israel. He lives, in Israel. He on a kibbutz.
Amos, מה נשמע?
Shidot to dance? Folk Israeli dancing?
I did folk Israeli dancing forever.
So listen to the music and join the party, folk Israeli dancing. We should dance. It's all about the dance.
I know, we should dance.
Clubhouse, always arguments, shouting.
I'm done with it, Amos. I'm done.
honest, I can't hear you because I'm in a big party celebration right now. So enjoy yourself, and I will enjoy it. I'm sending you with the argument.
Yeah, Eric.
Is anyone here arguing?
Eric, people for years on this app have been screaming at each other, making death threats. People had gotten killed on this app, all kinds of horrible things, and people just waste years having the same conversation over and over again to no end, but people find it entertaining.
What area are you from? I'm Chicago. North, South, I don't know, Cubs fan, Sox fan, that'll make it easy, da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, I grew up on the northwest side, and I'm a Cubs fan, but you know, I like the Sox too. I like tailgating. Can't do that down in Wrigley, but
My son-in-law has season tickets. I don't even want to talk about them. My family, my brother, he flies down because, you know, they got a certain amount of games that they do in other countries. Basically, you know, all they're doing is trying to, like, expose them, and because they love the American sports and they do a lot of that traveling. My son-in-law, he does the Celtic Gating all the time. You know, my daughter, God bless her soul, you know, she just goes and, you know, make sure they get home. If not, they'll rent a room out. What I was going to tell you was the reason that I don't have the diversity or a filter is because I've been around everybody. I don't do it. I'm a chef. I only work around tourist area. So I get to see people from all around the world. You know what I mean? So when, you know, and it is bad because, like, what we talk about, like you were saying, like, the little war stuff and all. I have great friends that are from the Middle East, dude. And, you know, I hope they're genuine, their agenda is genuine, that they're here. But, dude, they talk to me, they love me, they call me their brother. You know what I mean? And then, you know, there's just people who screw things up for other people. And what messes people's heads up is you can't let one person control your thinking process over a whole continent of other people. You know, I don't know what you know about your politics. You may be smarter than me because it's mostly in your field. But I always thought there was Muslims and then Muslims, and the difference is between the Muslims and the Muslims, there's the good and there's the bad. That's just the way it works, you know. But, you know, or the same thing, like you said, with Middle East or Afghanistan. We're down there 20 years. We trained you for over 20 years. We leave for a week and you let them take everything. Imagine the guys who got killed over there over that stuff, dude. That's not cool, dude. And I work with people that were from Afghanistan that were Muslims, and they were really nice to us. They were really not, you know, I mean, really nice. You know, I worked at a moving company, took a year off from or summer off. And these guys, if they made extra money, you get an extra $1,000 on your check. You don't have to ask. You know, if you're hanging around, they order lunch for themselves. They order for whoever's there, or it's one of you guys. Make sure everybody eats. You know what I mean? So the human compassion, and that's the thing about today, the human compassion. I really can't debate about nothing about like other countries because I know that once you step on American soil, I become your enemy, dude. I become your enemy, and I believe in that. Number one, Americans come first. You know what I mean? No matter what, you know. And you hear a lot of people that complain about this country. You know, I wish somebody would say one day, for all you guys who want to leave, we got a one-way ticket out of here. Just go, just go, because you know, even if the service that are around, you know, like you said, you have your other agendas. You know, I look at the whole world, though. And for Americans, we got a lot of pieces of shit that are laying around. They have opinions, but you're not even participating in the game. Get a job, get involved, do some PTA shit, you know, fucking do Little League. Dude, I can tell you, dude, I've had the best life. You know, I have no complaints. You know, if, dude, even the little stuff I got, dude, if it was taken away, dude, I'm cool. You know what I mean? But I don't think people appreciate the things that people go through for this, even for the world, even for, I'm in Illinois, I'll always be Chicago. You can put me, I don't care where you put me, I'm gonna always have from Chicago. Matter of fact, I have it tattooed on me. Cubs, Bears, Bulls, Black Hawks, all that. I party with Chris Gillios. He's my friend, dude. Really. You know, that's why I was telling you, you know, I do know a lot of people to give you some kind of exposure. You know what I mean? But I have to get to know you a little bit better. I don't know how long it's going to take to drag off before you go through your process of, where you meet your deadline. But I have a lot of friends, dude. I have a lot of friends. Trust me, a lot of friends.
Yeah, I mean, doing publicity and communication work is really the high level intelligence work, and I need you to help me do that. If I get confirmed that I'm going to be on the March 17th ballot, that'll be 4 months of politicking online. We don't have to go anywhere, do anything. It's all just digital. We've proved that we can raise funds on this app, but this app is, insane, petty, but funny. I think it's a roast app. People come on here. I roast myself. I roast other people. People try to roast me. So it's like being in high school. It's like being in the cafeteria or something.
Well, there's good basis for that, and stuff like that. What I was going to say was, when you were saying you were campaigning, not to take away that we're on the desk right here. Probably my first time ever doing a podcast, believe it or not. But to make the long story short, sometimes it's not who you know, it's what you know. And believe it or not, dude, I walk up and down like Lincoln Avenue. Half the time I probably even know half the staff. I've been gone 10 years. To make a long story short, it's about networking, interacting with people, remembering their names, and even if not, if I talk to a person, I guarantee they won't remember my name, but they'll be like, okay, that's who that is, and that's all I do. And it takes you a long way. A lot of people really don't know that. If it's your brother, what you are, even if you don't meet the numbers, you'd be surprised that you might look back and be like, oh, I lost by almost 2,000 people. Hell, there's a chance that I'd probably do this again. I don't know how you work in your campaign or where your office is or how you're doing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, you're 100% right. I'm gonna pivot. If I don't win this, I'm gonna run for probably commissioner. For the Cook County Tax Appeals Assessor's Office, or I'll try to run for alderman or mayor, because I live in the northwest side right by the Jefferson Park Blue Line stop, and getting signatures, I have the time to pull those signatures myself.
Like the bus after rush hour when they're all coming home from work.
Yep.
That's all you gotta do. And just so you know, I lived in the Jefferson Park building, the flat over there. Off Sunnyside and Hamlin.
Yeah, I know it. It's a good area. I mean, I've been happy here. I haven't had any major problems and haven't been flooded out. But a lot of people in Portage Park, other areas that got busted twice with floods. Flooding in Chicago is a problem.
That's wonderful. We got a little older.
Yeah, there's a lot of Polish.
What's the severe Polish guy? He's from the neighborhood over there. They're married 38 years or something like that. But I'm from the Jefferson Park. I was one of those guys that when I grew up, before they even had the extension, I'd be shine shoes in the airport and bring my shoe shine box. Back then, they didn't have all those stands and stuff. So train would stop at Jefferson Park, and they would have to catch a bus to connect to get to O'Hara. So it is a small world, see?
It's a small. How does that sound?
Jefferson Park.
It's a small world after all.
Yeah, this world was small, dude. This world's smaller than anything.
So you said you were in a gang, right?
Yeah.
There's a gang here at the local bar called the Gaylords. And they're like, the guy was like, we're not gay, dude. I'm like, yeah, I get it. And I looked it up on YouTube, and it's like they got a documentary about their, gang.
I know them all. Not these young kids, but I know them all. The only thing about like being in a gang is that sometimes people don't understand that. Here's the thing that people don't understand. If you talk to a person who is morally, they're not insulted by things. If they're behind a gay man or a gay woman, they don't say, look at that fucking faggot. They just respect it. You get what I'm saying? When you deal with people that come from low income, uneducated people, they say the fucking craziest stupid shit. But when you look at, like, if he didn't live by the gay laws, he would have been a Simon City Royal. But here's the thing about it. that gang stuff, it sounds bad, but maybe these people come from broken homes. They're not getting enough attention, and some of them come from great homes. You know, the worst thing, like you said, with drugs, people are like, oh my God, his dad's a judge. Oh my God, his mother is, you know, whatever. You know, sometimes these people fall for the attraction of what it is. You know what I mean? But first, the gay world, I mean, even the gang, I do this? I wasted my time. I told you I ain't supposed to be here. So I don't know what happened. You know, evidently, if you believe in God, I do. God's like, dude, look, I got bigger plans for you. You're going to suffer now. But the point is, I'm not suffering. But the point is that I never thought that I had it. You know, and, you know, the gang stuff, that's another thing. You know, like, dude, I would love for somebody to get in the city and, man, just try to figure out, you're never going to get an item. But at least calm them the fuck down. You know, check this out, boss. I get it. You're tough, man. You are so fucking tough. Dude, you're scared of me. Cut it out. Hey, bro, have you ever thought about like having a huge city? Let's go hang out and shoot some pool. Go every once in a while, go to the fucking Cubs Park and say, hey, dude, you guys think you can give us 50 free tickets, you know, for you know, an underprivileged neighborhood? You could probably use better words. I'm just being direct. And you tell those guys, hey, won't you guys get on the bus? Before you know, those guys are your friends. Even if you only help one out of the 50, you've done your job. You know, and that's the way people get it. It's only one person at a time. You think you can knock out, you know, and that's the same thing about the voting thing. People will tell you, yeah, yeah, yeah. You turn around and be like, dude, I didn't see it in the numbers. We campaigned for my son's godfather, dude. He only lost by 800 people, though, and that's pretty big numbers, and he never ran. But the point was, we stayed out there. We hit the pavement. I don't know how old you are, but you know, back in the day when you campaigned, you knocked on a lot of doors. And if you had to sit somewhere, hell, first of all, offer you a cup of coffee. Go in and have that cup of coffee because that one vote, she or he may know another 20 people. You're like, hey, I met that guy this morning. Guess what? Oh, he is so awesome. You wouldn't believe it. And they just go on and on and on. And before you know it, they probably dropped your name on out of their 20 people. You got 4 more people to vote for you. It's all about networking, how you reach.
So I FOIA'd the Illinois Election Commission, and they sent me the whole data voter registration database for the whole district. It's 613,000 line items in an Excel spreadsheet. There's emails and all of that. There's also, we could do mailers, but you know, that's if we get on the March ballot. It's possible we can raise more money, but this app can be used to raise money for the campaign, and you know, 100% of what we raise will go to work that you do, whether it's here on the app or if it's, you know, voter registration.
How long has this guy been in office that you're running?
10 years. 10 years.
Has he done anything great, or you just, he's an easy candidate to go against, or is he like, he's really shitty? I mean, sometimes people get used to shit. Danny Davis been in 40 years.
Well,
He's a piece of shit.
the theory is that his position is very tentative, and there's no real significant backing. He just happens to be the guy who has the money. He's got 10 million, but he's like his own. He's his own. You know, he's his own guy.
The people in the area where you're at, because what happens too, they just get used to the normal. You know, because you know, you kind of get what I'm saying. You get older people, they get used to them, they're familiar with the name, it's easy to associate themselves. You kind of get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And what happens is, that's why I said, how old is he? Is he in his 50s? Is he a little bit over 50?
His dad, he took it over from his dad. His dad's name is Ray LaHood, and he was Obama's transportation secretary.
So it was easy. He traded that name. You know, it's kind of like the same thing, like when you look at Biogovich, that dude should have never went to jail, but, you know, they let the guy go to jail. Why? I don't know.
Trump pardoned him too.
Well, of course he did, because his father-in-law ran the manor. The manor's over there on Lawrence, over there where that little river goes through Ravens, or whatever. They can put their boats outside your house. Make a long story short, his father-in-law helped get him in office. Then everybody wanted their compensation. I'll say compensation. Bad and dirty or whatever, but they wanted their retribution for backing him and helping him get into office. To make a long story short, he got mad. I believe they snitched on that dude, but he shouldn't have went to jail. I wouldn't care what nobody's. You the reason they tried it, I think they got him that jail thing. I'm not precise with it because Jesse Jackson got mad because he wasn't giving that seat to his son. That's why it happened. And Jesse Jackson's a dirty fuck too. And I ain't gonna say much for that because I can say nasty things. I don't want to go to jail, have these people knocking on my door. But to make a long story short is, yeah, sometimes when they have a name that they're familiar with and people get comfortable with it, they kind of get easy. And if they're living in a good environment and everything is like copacetic and mellow, they figure why not change it? Why change it? And that's when I was asking you that before because that means if you're knocking on doors, you're gonna have to be able to have some ammunition, not rudely or abruptly, but like, hey, how you doing? Hey, we're doing a camera, yeah. The more you do it, like after the fifth doorstep, that stuff becomes normal to me. Just like how you say it, get a little bit familiar, kind of break the monotony of it, and then you just start going in the motor before you know it. Every question needs an answer. And sometimes, if he's not doing a good job or he does have some hiccups, it works in your favor. You know what I mean? Because, well, unfortunately, there's no war, nothing going on right now. So the comfortability of using that, but I mean, well, a lot can change in the next 2 months too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so Thomas Massey is who I've like aligned myself with, and Rand Paul. And basically Massey, put forth these discharge petitions before Speaker Johnson with regards to releasing all the Epstein files, and Darren LaHood refused to sign these discharge papers. And they're also blocking another congresswoman from, I think, Louisiana, who just filed a lawsuit against Johnson, who won't approve her congressional seat. She's a Democrat, I believe. And so they're one signature away from a showdown for Epstein transparency, but Darren LaHood is protecting Trump, and he's also an APAC recipient of 250,000 plus. So he's preventing a lot of stuff, and he sits on 3 different committees: the Chinese Oversight Committee, I think it's the Oversight Committee, and then there's a third one, but he's got 10 million. Most of it comes from health insurance providers, Blue Cross and others. And so anyways, the guy's got a lot of dough. He thinks he's just going to coast it. I'm the only challenger. The only challenger. There's another guy. I wonder if he'll even have enough signatures. And he lives in a small town. He's got his little campaign going. But, we'll see how this goes down.
You never know. He can come to your team. You never know.
He might.
That's the open mind of a Corinthian. If I told you something, you'd laugh. There's no such thing as problems, only solutions. Because the problem already exists. Now, what's the solution? You tell people common stuff like that, they'll start looking. The more you do it, you'd be surprised. I'm pretty good at words. And believe it or not, you can shake someone's hand and they can be undecided. But at least you're talking to them for 20 minutes. And if you're already talking to them and they sat there and they listen to everything that you had to say, chances are you'll be around the second time after you do the swoop. Even if you have to put that name down and remember, hey, when we campaigned in this area, hit that area again, because I had about 10 people. They were talking and it seemed like they were it. They just weren't convinced yet. And that secondary is where that's close to deal. It's like buying a car. If you work in a car dealership and you sell cars, if the customer walk in, your job is to knock it out of the park now. They came to you. You know what I mean? And, I look at things in different, philosophies. I kind of break it down and make it simple. If the guy's been in there for 10 years, I can get that part. I'll probably end up digging his name up now, do a little research on the guy, just see what it's about. And then the secondary thing is, too, you're just getting wet. You get elected the first time, dude, you've actually, knocked it out of the ballpark. If you feel you didn't have too many bad numbers, chances are you're just building a platform for maybe not the next election, but the one after that, when things kind of get a little down, you can be like, okay, I can do this now. You know what I mean? Your name's already been acclimated.
once you acclimate that name, dude, you pretty much got an opportunity. You know, like you just said, anything's possible. Barack became president. Anything.
Well, just getting the. It's not about winning per se. The immediate first win is actually securing a spot on the ballot. If we do that, that's a huge victory for the campaign and for future political campaigns.
Well, first getting a signature. What do you mean? Getting basically, you're saying you have to be.
It has to be approved. I submit my petition packet, and then their lawyers will challenge it and go line by line to try to negate the minimum threshold and kick me off the ballot.
I don't know yet. No, once you get the signatures, you pretty much is secured.
No, they sue.
No.
They sue and challenge. It's political law. It's a big thing.
Well, politics have always been big, and if you're coming out of Illinois, it's even bigger than you think. You know, because a lot of times people vote for their parties. You know, and there's other people. You know, I don't want to say nothing nasty, but you gotta give up something to get something. And I'm not saying money. You know, a guy might this and that's not to do.
I don't see an option to do that. It's just what I'm saying, none of you, none big, just a simple example. I'm not gonna go real bad. You know, the reason they don't fuck with Trump, do you really want to know why they don't mess with Trump? Trump's a gangster, dude. Trump is a gangster. He's got dirt on everybody. You cannot take the whole Congress and Senate, shut them down like that. He knows that you're married and you got a boyfriend in fucking Iowa, you prick, and your wife doesn't know about it. Do what I say. Dude, does your wife know you have a whole family in Palm Springs? Shut up, dude. Why are these people shutting up, dude? There's always dirt behind the dirt. You know, this dude's a gangster. Giuliani could be president, dude. And he's right. Well, Giuliani, I don't know, do you follow Giuliani? Because he does a live stream almost every night. Every night this guy's been doing it forever now. And, you know.
That was a good, I like Trump. I read 3 or 4 of his books. And he said one thing. He says, only in America where you can bankrupt 1 million times, you'll come back and be a millionaire. Now, here's the killer. Trump tells these people, you're mad because I pay low taxes. You guys make the rules, I stick by them. And you got Trump saying, I'm going to cut these people leave, I'm going to cut people off. And I get it, because the Democrats do. Those Democrats.
Go to johnforcongress.com and then click on the blog. Go down one and then you'll see the anecdote link.
But the kitchen sink, and I get it. And dude, I vote for a Republican if I have to go for who's better fit for the job. But my point being is that you know, you're saying how you said that. You know, there's things to think about. You know, probably one day I'll probably have to drive down and hang out with you for a minute, have a cup of coffee. You probably like bring me up to speed or give me a little bit more education. That way I can have a better foundation, so that way at least when I'm interacting with people here and there, you know. But yeah, I think I'd be trust me though. I know a lot of people. I know the whole Lincoln Avenue, dude, and the Rush Street. I know them all. You know, I know the people all up and down North Avenue on Weed Street, all the way from the Gentleman's Club to Joe's. The owners, not the people. The owners. You know, I ran with a good circle, dude. Ran with a great circle of people, and that's why sometimes when you talk to somebody, whether you're talking too much, trust me, one time or another you're gonna cross that path, whether it be a good situation or it's a bad situation. Hopefully it's always good. And you would say something like, don't I remember you? And you'd be like, oh, I'm John. You don't remember me, I was on your podcast. You know, but that's how small it is. You know, and what is Chicago, about 13 million?
Yeah, I think so.
People, you know, and how rare is that you can bump into people that you haven't seen in 10 years? It shows you how small it is. But the networking is really good, you know. And sometimes, you know, you'd be surprised. You know, I don't know who this guy is, but definitely gonna look him up when you do get a chance when you're off the podcast. Text me that guy's name.
Yeah.
research it. Why?
I call him the Hood Rat because his last name is the Hood. So I did a cartoon of a car hood and what's underneath it. But this app, every morning, if you grab a cup of coffee and want to come on in the morning, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, waking up in the morning, people use this app a lot. So the morning time, if you have peace in your home and you got a cup of coffee, that would be the ideal time to hit this app with me. If you want to put just an American flag on your profile, I mean, we can manipulate and do a lot of communication on this app with people, and we could raise money, and we can do a show. And the secondary aspect of this whole campaign is the content and creating lots of videos. There's over 30,000 videos on YouTube across 30 different, candidate John accounts. There's 30 different Instagram accounts. I have a beautiful Indian doctor who's demanding that I delete them all, otherwise she won't go out on a date with me. So, they cause problems for people because I've recorded people on this app playing the fools, wasting all their time saying stupid shit. So people know who I am and they hate me, or they love me because I've recorded a lot of stupid people wasting a lot of time saying a lot of stupid shit.
Well, it's like the same content, just so you know. One of my favorite, I don't know what you call him, is Howard Stern.
Yeah, this is technically, yeah, exactly.
He's a shot. And now a lot of people don't know because he's gotten older. I think he's about 66 years old. And a lot of people, he does great interviews and all that. But a lot of people, dude, he's a very smart man. Very smart man. And I watch him when he talks to people. It's kind of like when you get in front of a politician or a clergyman or a distinguished gentleman, you kind of change your poise a little bit. Maybe you're not intimidated, but you're kind of like on your best behavior. And that's how Howard Stern is. He does it for the reaction. Do you know why Trump ran for president? Howard Stern told him that. He says, dude, you got a #1 book out. Here it goes. 2 years later, he runs for president. Even with him, you know why Putin, he gave Putin over $25 million as a complimentary gift to put a golf course out there in fucking Russia. And they wouldn't let him do it. As soon as he became president, now all of a sudden, that's what that hoo-ha was all about with him and Putin. And that's why his daughter was going back and forth. I don't know if they put a golf course out, but he couldn't put one out there because it's a conflict of interest. But Howard Stern was the one that told him, you should run for president. And why would a guy that's supposed to be that distinguished and polished be on Howard Stern? You get what I'm saying? He was testing some of the waves. Just like you said, you do have your podcast there. What would you use to be like one of your major things that where you can probably get your voice out there?
Well, if it would be, as this journalist who has a radio show, etc., down in Peoria, he won't do a Zoom call. So then he's like coming to the studio. Then he says, just meet me for a coffee. I'm like, if you can't at least get on a Zoom call with me or join me, live, I mean, at this point, it's a waste of time. I've already done an in-person studio interview with NPR and WGL in Bloomington. So I've got enough, but this app is a lot of fun to play with because there's so many. They're the biggest Democrat political room. It's called Politically Incorrect with Patty and Doctor. All these crazy people who. Yeah, 40 hours a week, 80 hours a week. They're sitting here playing Trump clips, analyzing everything, talking about everything, bitching about everything. It's a lot of African Americans, and but they're super social and they love to create content. And you hear things that you might not hear otherwise. They play Tulsi Gabbard clips. They are really scorched earth Trump policy, and so this app is a great place for the campaign. We're the only congressperson on here, candidate congressman running on here, and everybody here knows it. And many people on this app have donated to the campaign. So if you join me in the mornings, we can tag team and Royal Rumble, in the ring with these people on this app. And I'm looking for a guy like you to do it.
6 years old. And I was going to say, 6 years old. I gave up coffee because I started drinking 2 pots a day. and I'd be walking around wired tired. So I kind of gave that stuff, and I gave up the energy drinks. But yeah, I mean, I can see down the road, hanging out, see what your expectation is, what your direction, and what your kind of target, and figure out, where you figure, where your spots where you really need to hit. You know, it's hard to say nowadays too, because the world's changed. People used to always like the politicians knock on your door and they talk to you, and it's like I don't know what you did. You get these guys that are aldermen and precinct captains and so forth, minority committeemen. So they've always kept their head in the neighborhood because you're first time running. That means that you have to kind of like get the ball rolling. You got to start figuring out, establish, and which way you're going with it. So, that's how they used to do it back in the day. You know what I mean? But it's a different world. People don't want to answer their door. They got the doorbell. And a lot of times too, once they get to the door, it's how you initiate yourself and make the contact. The only thing is, I don't know what's the big numbers that you think that would turn out voting. When was the last time that guy? Was it over 1 million people? Was it 700,000 people? Was it 400,000 people? If you give me an idea, that gets approach you too.
I don't know his exact numbers.
For his last campaign, I don't know if you could Google that or figure that out. That'd be cool and all because that gives you an idea of what the range of.
I know.
The scope of it.
Let's just say he gets 200,000 votes, and let's say I get 16,000 votes. I mean, who knows what the numbers will be?
No, it's not. One other thing too, if you're passionate about what you believe in, you want people to hear what they're avoiding and how to, not taking care of business. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's not being truthful about the debt. That's what it is. And like you said, the debt in Chicago is going to be forever because debt makes money. But the fact is, like, he's not talking about it.
Other countries are our landlords. Trump told those people, we don't need your fucking gas. We got 7 years of gas. We have more gas than we need, but we keep it stocked. Here's the thing, and these other countries are our landlords because that's where we get the gas from. You get what I'm saying? But when you spend $340 million a month giving it to whether it be Afghanistan or be in the Middle East or Kuwait or whatever, they're our landlords. I think the most they sold us at one time was $940 million of petroleum gas. The thing is that Trump is probably the only one they're scared of this dude because they know he's a maniac. Trust what I tell you. I don't hate the dude. Sometimes I love the shit he does because sometimes you have to put people in their place because of how what's the word saying?
Free Wendy Williams.
The Congress and the Senate, they get comfortable. They get so comfortable that they forget to even do their job. You get what I'm saying? And so, if you could find the numbers on this dude, it would give me an idea of like how to approach it. Because I'm pretty slick at approaching shit.
Yeah, there's a couple layers of numbers. One is like, there's a term for it, but it's like the density of Republican voters, the consistency
It's not
of it.
precise, but idealistically, that's all I would ask. You know what I mean?
I've done a lot of analysis on this guy, and I have it all on the Instagram, like tons of screenshots, tons of Grok queries. I did tons of research into open secrets, also congressional acts, HR acts. I've thoroughly examined his congressional record, his voting record, his donor record. I've got the guy mapped out pretty good, more so than anybody I've seen, and he doesn't get much heat, but I got a lot of positive press with the NPR interview because the girl who does the voiceover, she's obviously a Democrat, and she gave me a great intro and press piece to run with, so I'm thankful for that. That was in Bloomington at Illinois State.
Illinois. I was gonna say was that it sounds like you probably use kind of like our Biogovich, used his father's influence, and that's probably what got him to where he is, like you just said. But to make a long story short, it's not about his money. Sometimes people get tired. I don't know what is he doing, but
either his greatest friends. His greatest friends or his greatest enemy is the soybean farmers. There are 40,000 voters down there in soybeans.
Well, but everybody doesn't count. It's like when you run for the presidency. yeah, you have all these little small towns, you know, Kentucky and Kansas City stuff. The big numbers come from, you know, like, you know, Florida, Chicago, California, and you get what I'm saying?
See, he's a big
So, I mean,
he's a
that's
big
just
Trump
one.
supporter. Him and Trump are thick as thieves, and all the soybean farmers down there need to get bailed out. So Trump is going to buy him the election. He doesn't need to spend $1 running advertisements because Trump is going to buy out all the soybeans and give them, $20 billion and flush them out. So Trump could buy the election for Darren LaHood.
Well, you also got to remember one thing too. You know, it's like Harold Washington. I wasn't a big fan of his, but I helped campaign because a few friends. I met that dude was named Jesse White, and we passed out turkeys all day, and all I did was laugh and joke the whole time. And that guy that went to prison, him and his wife.
Go to John 4, the number 4, Congress.com. Then click on blog.
He wants to talk to you. I go, what am I?
Scroll down.
He goes, nah.
Click on
He
antidote.
offered me a job, and I told him I can't do it. He offered me a job. He goes, dude, you have this energy all the time? All the fucking time. But to make a long story short is that this guy, dude, that 40,000 doesn't make it. I think there could be a good defense on it. I think you get over 100,000 votes. I mean, you're talking Illinois and still come on.
Well, what we also would like to do is we want to contact the Democrat candidates and debate the Democrat candidates, because LaHood probably will not agree to a debate, but we can hopefully preemptively debate the Democrat candidates or the other Republican candidate and bring them here on this app, get them on YouTube, and that will be more, political publicity and credentials.
Do you really think they would sit there and put themselves in, it's like a deer in headlights? Sometimes people are scared because they don't know what you're going to say to them, or, as you would say, sometimes people, if you say something good enough, they'll get stagnated and they don't know what to say afterwards. Kind of get what I'm saying, click off. Well, I mean, if you can get a debate going, it's good. But sometimes they kind of get it, well, he's a first-time runner. It's a waste of time.
He's a first-time runner.
Unless they look at it like it could be great exposure. You're looking at the debate part. They're looking at, I get free exposure. You kind of get what I'm saying? But it's not about his money. Sometimes people get tired. I don't know. Sometimes. How many people you got on there?
Across all the YouTube accounts, we have about 5,000 subscribers, and then maybe 5,000, 10,000 on Instagram, 15,000 on X maybe. Every platform, technically there's just like one platform, because if you upload to YouTube, you can distribute that video to all other platforms.
I normally watch YouTube. I call it trash TV. I kind of watch and see what they're saying. I talk to my TV sometimes. I watch a lot of the politics. It just blows me away because you can rip a lot of politicians apart just by some of the shit they say. Because at one time or another, they just lose interest and they just responded. It's called a reaction. But I was gonna say, I do watch a lot of YouTube, but I'm gonna start looking at some of this stuff and just see where it is. Just do me a favor, whatever you do, when you're not busy sometime today, even if it's in the evening, send me that guy's name.
Yeah, I'll text it to you. I'll send you his YouTube.
I'll do a little research for him. The campaigning thing, if you ever get interested, I don't know what area you're living in. I don't know if you're Schaumburg or whatever that. One day you meet up, we'll have a cup of coffee, kind of put a face with it. I'll dress a little show. I only wear t-shirts and Levi's. Like I said, baby boomer. You'll catch me with a Led Zeppelin or Earl Smith or Tom Petty t-shirt. And I wear jeans, but I'll dress a little show. Just show you that I'm well presented. And then on top of that, maybe you can critique me. You kind of like give me direction, give me focus, you give me an idea of what you want. If you think that you can use me down the road, and then what can happen is,
Well, if we win, we will have offices,
when you win. That's all I know is when you win. All that other stuff I don't do it's like giving yourself acceptance. It's
He's
like,
got 4 offices. He employs a lot of people.
well, he's got the machine backing him, dude. It's not about the 4 offices.
Well,
He's just got a machine that's back.
the machine backs him, yeah. And he's taking money from everybody. So, but this app could be our little butterfly effect, our little feather, turn over the world with the weight of a feather. So, this app is where it's at, in my opinion.
How many people do you normally have on your app? The most at one time, 25, 40 people at one time?
Yeah, and then there's an evening show called Critical Thinking Forum, and that brings in hundreds. And then on the weekend, there's a show called Ask Uncle Steve, which brings in hundreds. There's, and they know who I am, and they'll give me 5 minutes to speak or 60 seconds to read a poem. So, your voice on behalf of the campaign is like a campaign organizer, campaign director for the Rockford area for District 16. I mean, you can help pump the campaign on here. You can help generate donations. It's very simple. That johnforcongress.com. There's another link in the blog for Antidote, which is the donation platform. It's called Antidote, and I'll text you the link to it as well. But we got the checking account set up. It's a lot of work to do to get the freaking account set up. We've only brought in, $1,000, but if the max we can bring in is $5K, and then after that we have to start disclosing all the donors and everything else. So I think we'll cap it at like 4,900. But what I'm saying is, with your help, you and I can raise, $4,000 on this app. I know it's true. It's possible.
We'll have to sit down and talk, and then if it seems copacetic or seems like something will work out, I'll probably introduce you to a few of my friends that it's just a write-off to them. They don't mind writing checks out. I mean, and sometimes they'll do it just because it's me. I know the people that own half of Rush Street Lodge Management, the whole main office. I work for them. I read 7 of their businesses for them. I've been checking with my boy Don. Don's pretty cool. You want to put a poster board up in there, you'd be like, nah, fuck it, just put it up there, I don't give a fuck.
See,
What do you like?
the thing about this is it's all digital. Those relationships and that stuff could be great publicity, but just a cup of Joe in the morning, grab a joint, and come on here at 8, 9, 10 a.m. and we will light this show up on this app. It's direct to people's brains, immediate. It's live. So tomorrow or the next day, just think about it, and let's work together.
That's cool. So I just like when you were talking to your friend, I was like, hey, what kind of movies do you do? Are you local? Are you networking, whatever? I know people in the movie business too, dude. I told you I've been around millionaires, dude. That's what I'm around, none but millionaires. When I work for these people, I treat their businesses like it's mine. I'm that kind of guy that, once you let me go, it's like let him go. Let him do what he does. Once you get to know him, be like, oh, he'll be cool by himself. He'll do me a favor in this area. But the point is that's how, you get things done. I know a lot of this stuff is digital and all that stuff. It's cool. Like I said, the biggest thing I grew up around was pinballs. There's computers and all that I can put my laptop on. I can turn the phone on, stuff like that. I just always, I'm kind of like what you call an old school kind of guy, But, like you said, and there's a lot to be learned from you too. By showing me shit that I don't even know. Because, if you do this, you go on my state line, you go to Peoria, Bloomington, go to Rochelle, go through Elgin, you know what I mean? Just zigzagging all the way through, you know what I mean? So, I mean, if you don't learn something every day, then you're just a waste. I believe in that. You always should learn something. But most definitely, I mean, you sound like you're laid back and everything. I don't even want a job for you if you get elected, just so you know. I don't want to work no more.
Well, I mean, that's so far down the road. I mean, the whole thing is really just trying to cause chaos on this app with people in the morning who want to talk about the news. You want to talk about the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. I mean, you want to raise money. Like, it's a show, basically. We will be putting on a show once or twice a day on this app to raise money and cause political chaos.
Well, I was just wondering if there'd be more people on there. I mean, like you said, you know, a lot of people probably at work or whatever. That's probably why there's
No, there's a lot.
not enough people
See,
on there.
this is my room, but we can go invade another room and go discuss in other rooms. And I have multiple accounts, and I've got other, we can create more accounts. So the whole thing is you can, basically try to take over a room, invade a room, redirect the room. It's all just communication hypnosis in a way.
Right. You know, just like you said, some of the rules, like you said, they can get like a little heated over it. I mean, it is what it is. That's the big thing about controversy. Controversy is good for you because now you know you're being heard. In my business, I learned that if you yell at people, they're not going to give me their best performance and they're going to be mad. But if I talk to them, they'll hear me. Chances are either I'll get my point across or they're just a piece of shit. But I get what you're saying. And like this thing you said, bringing up the content, being in a room, I like to at least have about over a dozen people. You know what I mean? Instead, it's kind of like it's me and you. I don't know if there's anybody that's on here.
No, everybody left, but I'm also cutting clips over here for the campaign. So it's all content all the time, and you did a great job this morning. I mean, we've been here for how long? 2-3 hours now?
Yeah, but that stuff like that doesn't bother me. I'm a people person no matter what. Trust what I tell you. I've chef, dude. I'm telling you, dude. Feel my feet 12 hours, never sit down. When I do sit down, I'm finished though. But to make a long story short, I dealt with a lot of troubleshooting, We would hire a lot of beautiful waitresses and whatever you want to say, good looking men, whatever. But the point was that was eye candy. Man, those girls coming back, they didn't know shit, you know what I mean? At the time, I had to change my chef food, go out to everybody else, when everything was done, and turn around and be like, you know what? How about we wrap that up in a doggy bag and take that home? And do me a favor, what is it that you like in anything? Don't worry about the price. And then I'll tell the waitress the next 3 drinks, make sure they don't pay for it. You know what I mean? Because you fucked up and you're chasing my business away. Now, I work for some great guys. They were millionaires, so they love me. Worked for those guys for 8 years. But to make a long story short, that's where the people skills come in. And, when you're in a business where you deal with people, they'll stay with you for the rest of your life. You'll be 66 years old. My daughter's like, Dad, it's their job to be a dad. I always tell somebody, hey, you're doing a great job. Has anybody told you that yet today? Yada, yada, yada. Wow, you're awesome today. You know what? Keep your smile. Don't give it away. It's human nature. But I actually live the way I live is that I try not to be stressed out about nothing. And that's the way you're supposed to be. Now, what you were talking about is I love challenges. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a big challenge to come on here, introduce yourself, or just immediately debate a room.
Even the campaign, you never know. I might be the guy who makes your coffee before you're gonna come to the office. How come all he does is make coffee? Because you guys don't get it, leave him alone. But my point is, you never know where it's gonna go and what direction it'll take.
Exactly. And
Not that you're bad, never even shook your hand yet.
This is mass communication, this app and these rooms and your profile and your followers, your friends, your connections. Like, this is a networking app that can have, in my opinion, if the country is so broke, they should cut all costs and use free telephoning. This is basically a free conference call. So the question is, how does this country, get out of perpetual spiral death?
You know why? Because they take from one fine to secure another fine, and then when that fine's fucked up because you went to another fine, now you never put back what belongs to that fine, and they're fucking backed up because they have insufficient fines, and they manipulate it. Dude, snap back on that conversation. They're not gonna cut it. You can't cut something if you're gonna continue taking taxes out of people's checks. You're not gonna do it every time somebody goes to buy a 6-pack of beer or I don't care, some water. You charge them tax.
Everybody, this is a
You
product.
continue to do that. And the thing is, some people say they inherit that. America has been in debt for like the last 30 years. I don't know how old you are, but you know, FICA, because they spent all that money from Social Security. People who were born in 2000, maybe, I don't know, 1990. But as you look at the new generation, they think it's normal. But guess what? When they did it, that was just a second tax thing on the thing. But you know, it's hard. Like even if you were to get in office and you got in a circle of people, the biggest problem is that what you call it. You can't help other countries. As bad as it sounds, you know, dude, it's bad. Even Bosnia, dude, that's a tragedy. It is a tragedy. But guess what? You're taking all that money over there. I'm quite sure we gave them $1 trillion. You may not believe it, but I know we did. Not in cash, but they had it through all the supplies and all the fucking artillery and all that stuff. They gave them over $1 trillion. Don't get it twisted. They're never gonna tell you that. But you know why they did it? Because we're not savages. You kinda get what I'm saying? Did you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Because my phone comes in and out. Sorry.
Let me see if somebody texted me for the donation link. Let me text it to you as well.
So you never had no sleep yet since you started running, huh?
I've got everything fairly well organized over here. I got a lot of work I got to do today because I have to go to the notary and get hundreds of petitions notarized, and I gotta fill out the blanks and then sign it. So it's like my paperwork smells like cigarette smoke. So I gotta sit there and literally probably go through it with gloves on. Last time I had to wash my hands for like 2 days to get the cigarette smells out of my hands from this paperwork.
Well, I smoked cigarettes, but here's the cool part. When I go to my girl's house, I won't smoke for 2 or 3 days. She lives off Clark Street, 2551 North Clark, over there by a Weir Circle. You know, but to make a long story short, that's all cool. You know, you'll be alright. I think you'll be way more than alright. You know, it seems like you had a laid back chemistry and you know, selling, you know, freak out. Like they'd be on the radio when you really like moving up.
Yeah, I mean, this is all just, legit grassroots. I'm trying to get this Nicole to join us. I don't know if she can. Let me text her one more time. Can you join us for 5 minutes on Clubhouse? Yeah, thanks. I mean, thanks for being here. And, this is, I don't know, I think I started this in July or August, and I've been campaigning on this app, and I've recorded so many debates and conversations on this app and gotten into so many conflicts with so many people on this app. You have no idea. I have people that have come after me from this app, mass reported me, called authorities on me. I mean, we're talking about highly neurotic, crazy, insane people of this app. But the thing that I think they hate the most is that I've recorded all of their hyper communication, hyper aggression, crazy takes, alcoholic binges, crazy activity Friday, Saturday nights on this app. But even throughout the day, like the day that Charlie Kirk, and recording those reactions. So this app has been a lot of content.
He uses your recording for ammunition.
What was that?
He uses your recordings for his ammunition.
Who? I don't understand.
You said Charlie or whoever it was.
Yeah.
Isn't that the guy you're running against?
No. Charlie Kirk was a young guy, got assassinated in Utah by some, liberal Democrat Peter Puffer. But I'm running against Darren LaHood, and it's the 16th district. It's Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington Normal, Quincy, Perkins.
I already got the AR. Let's go. was gonna say was, yeah, and that's cool. Whenever you can get energy coming out of other people, then that means you've done your job. You
Exactly.
know, you said something about politically incorrect, some other thing or whatever you call it. That's why I actually do like Bill Maher.
Oh, I do. I like him. I love. He's got a YouTube podcast and he interviews the most amazing people. Has the most amazing, insight and deep conversations and shit you never hear anywhere else.
He's an intellectual, though. Intellectual people could be pissed off and walk away, shake your hand, and say, "Here, you want a glass of bourbon?" That's how you're supposed to do it. You're laughing. It's a true statement, bro.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say was that yeah, the heated arguments. That's a good target. That means that at least you got a spark out of that. A lot of people don't really get it. I probably could have ran for office for some bullshit in Chicago, but I didn't. My kids went to school with Governor Thompson's daughter.
Mm. I saw him once at Arlington Racetrack.
Man, I saw him through all the fucking, what do you call that stuff? What the kids have to do, the auditorium would be on the stage all the time, My Yogovich, I met him a few times, you know what I mean? But the regular committee meeting, I met them all. I've been around a lot, dude. The only thing is, like I said, I wasn't a game. It was surprising that I ended up, my life flipped over after I had my daughter. After I had my daughter, dude, it was like, wow. I've had the best life since, I went somewhere to wash dishes. I grew up, decided to go to chef school, make a lot of money, dude. Make a lot of money. I get off my ass right now, go to work, make probably like $75,000 a year. I just don't want the aggravation anymore. Yeah, it's true. I took the kids. I think I was a chaperone. Those kids, I was hung over. We were sitting on that grass and fucking the field museum across from the Soldiers Field. I told them kids, throw that shit away. I'm paying for everybody's lunch. Let's go ahead. I'm not sitting in this hot heat. But to make a long story short, so I was a chaperone, and I think I had Pat O'Connor. His son was my son's group. My son didn't even do no research. He says, "Hey, O'Connor, give me your footnotes." I'm like, Mark, that's not how it works. He goes, "Dad, I'm going." My kids are actually intelligent, But the thing is that yeah, I get it. I get it. Rockford area, if we sit down and talk, I could probably just take care of Rockford for you too as well. That wouldn't be none. I get up at like 8 in the morning, shower, shit, shave it, turn around and hit doors and hit doors. What's the worst thing about it though? People don't vote anymore.
I know, that's why it's like you have to have your own organization and your own network of, active participants, but we're building up critical mass. I mean, it might not hit this campaign, but again, this is all about organizing, so future campaigns, it's possible that we will have enough organizing in place to, keep pushing further.
Just like I told you, like old school is, it's kind of like they shake their hand, they talk to them. Half the time they have, the volunteers, the people that are campaigning, they come and pick them up and take them right to the booth. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, different time, different era. The computer thing, it's just kind of like saying, one probably be extinct in the next 20 years. You know what I mean? Nobody really cares, So it's just like, it's different. The times just have completely changed. But the best thing is like if you talk to somebody and you talk to them for 3 minutes, kind of get in and get out of there and leave something intact in their brain, Chances are maybe you said something that transpired would tell them, you know what? He seems pretty awesome. I'm gonna give that guy a chance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, another thing I thought about trying to do was like an event in Rockford called like the Darren LaHood, the Congressional Roast at some bar, and have the bar sponsor it. It could be a Democrat bar, it doesn't matter, but like some bar to do a Darren LaHood roast, and then
The guy that's the Alderman in the 8th Ward that when I helped this dude run for mayor, I texted him about like 2 weeks ago because I gave him a break because I knew he had given up a lot of his once he's married. And he was in fact in Chicago of all the crooked stores. That his name is Mayor. His name's Kurt. And he was a really nice guy, though. Really cool guy. Like I told you, when he launched, the way he talked, you thought he won. But he's spiritual guy too. Real good guy, though. Hurried their ass off all that stuff. I think we're at the firehouse. I can't remember where the fuck we were when we did that event. But definitely, yeah, I can definitely I can do some stuff in Rockford as well.
All right, well, let's, I mean, we don't have to do anything right away. We'll know end of next week. Yeah, but this app, I'm telling you, in the morning time, put an American flag on your profile, come into, I'll send you the link to the politically correct room and to other rooms as I see them. And if you're available, come in and stomp and promote for the campaign to elect candidate John. And then, see what happens. And maybe we'll raise money. And I sent you the donation link. You can put that in your profile. And anything we raise, will be sent directly to you to do on the ground, work, whether it's organizing door knockers or doing mailers or whatever it is. But it'll all go to you. Anything you raise, anything I raise while we're together on this app will go to you and to the campaign, so.
Just so you understand, I don't even do all that cash app and all that stuff, so I probably would have to mention I don't do all that stuff. I don't know, it sounds like it. Dude, I've never moved into the real world. All I got if you look at my Facebook, it's all Led Zeppelin. That's it. Led Zeppelin, Allman Brothers, stuff like that. But to make a long story short, we'll figure that out down the road. If you do get an opportunity somewhere, if not this week, next week, figure out where you're gonna be at. Maybe sit down and have a cup of coffee. Kind of give me a real good direction, idealistically, of how you would want me to confront and deal with other people, what's the expectations, figure out, numbers, between me and you, I hate to say something bad, but, wherever you go, there's a ghetto and there's a good neighborhood.
Yeah.
I don't really go down to the ghetto because I have low expectations sometimes, sorry, that's your problem, ain't mine. My mom was black and she was a racist, so when Chris Rock said there's black people and there's niggas, my mom didn't like niggas. I come from an educated family too, so basically, you want to go into areas where people, what's weird though, whether you believe it or not, John, senior citizens will vote for you.
Yeah, I know. It's these assisted living facilities, they do ballot harvesting at them.
Well, the thing about it is they just take it a little bit more serious. You know what I mean? And they're willing to put on their gloves and their mitts and scarf, saying, "Hey, Maggie, are you gonna go vote? Yeah, Trish, I'll be out there in a minute. How about I pick you up?" But they vote. This whole new generation of 25 years don't put their name down on nothing. It's hard to get people to get up and vote.
I know, that's I realize that it's unbelievable, like, that people have to see my name and connect that with a video, a picture, a news article, and associate and punch John Kitover on the ballot. So that's the thing, is where if I could get a viral breakout publicity piece, if I could get on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, if I could get any national press, that would be like a resume changing piece of content and media. So I know I need to spend more work on trying to achieve that.
The spin is trying to figure out how can you do it. That's the worst thing I hate about not being in Chicago the last 10 years. I've lost a lot of resources and connections, but I do still have a lot of them down there. And then the other thing too is, like I was telling you, I mean, if you can find some, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what's the best way of doing that. The last person I knew that was in the news was Joan Esposito when she was dating Horace Grant. Because they used to come and hang down a lot. But I know she ain't no news in Chicago because I haven't heard her name in a while. But have you heard about Channel 11? TTW?
Oh, yeah.
Because they'll put you on there, not because they always do, they do more community service. A lot of, well, I don't know what you call that. It's an independent network. How about that? Because if you can get on there to see, then you would have to be involved in a scandal. You'd be in there 10 seconds flat. You know, John was running for, this position, and guess what? He had a joint in his mouth. You get more publicity on your negative than you will on your positive. You know what I mean?
Well, everything can be turned around because everything is literally 3 seconds or less nowadays. So they're all spamming. Well, every one of them, AOC to Rashida Tlaib, everybody is just these content. You know how many Congress people there are, and how many posts, and how many accounts, and how many followers, and it's a publicity communication thing. And they've already exposed that most of these people give up their voting card and auto vote everything. So the whole thing is a lobbyist driven, and they're just skimming. But anyways, let's reconnect tomorrow morning if you're available on this app, and I'll text you. Feel free to text or call me, and let's reconvene tomorrow morning, maybe 8, 9 o'clock.
Okay, what time does that podcast start?
8, 9, 10 a.m. Whenever we both connect, whatever time is best for you. But I'm usually up at 8 a.m.
I'll be on there tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
Okay, sounds good. Let's talk tomorrow at 8 then.
All right, try to enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, thanks. You too, Eric. Talk to you soon.
Thanks.
Bye.
Have to keep following up.
Okay, that's a cut. Go to johnforcongress.com. Thanks, everybody. 2-hour morning podcast onboarding. A 2-hour campaign director onboarding video. Hope you enjoyed it. Go to johnforcongress.com.